Madame la Présidente,
good morning, dear colleagues. I will start by announcing the results of the votes for a few minutes. The sitting is open. The results of the voting session of yesterday, Tuesday, 15th of February, are the following. On report by Véronique Triller-Lenoir on strengthening Europe in the fight against cancer. Paragraph 3, Part 1, adopted. Part 2, adopted. Amendment 5, rejected. Amendment 8, rejected. Amendment 23, rejected. Paragraph 10, original text, adopted. Amendment 6, rejected. Amendment 24, rejected. Paragraph 12, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Paragraph 14, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Paragraph 15, Amendment 25, Part 1 and Amendment 26, Part 1, rejected. Amendment 34, adopted. Amendment 33, rejected. Amendment 25, Part 2, rejected. Amendment 26, Part 2, rejected. Amendment 35, adopted. Paragraph 15, Part 1 and Part 2, fall. Amendment 27, Part 1 and Amendment 36, adopted. Amendment 27, Part 2 and Amendment 38, adopted. Amendment 32, rejected. Amendment 27, Part 3, rejected. Paragraph 16, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, fall. Amendment 28, rejected. Amendment 9, rejected. Paragraph 19, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, adopted. Paragraph 26, Amendment 7, adopted. Amendment 29 and Amendment 10, rejected. Paragraph 30, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Paragraph 31, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Amendment 30, rejected. Paragraph 35, original text, adopted. Amendment 16, adopted. Amendments 31 and 37, adopted. Paragraph 58, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Amendment 11, rejected. Amendment 17, adopted. Paragraph 63, original text, adopted. Paragraph 71, original text, adopted. Amendment 18, rejected. Paragraph 78, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Paragraph 83, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Amendment 19, rejected. Amendment 12, rejected. Amendment 13, rejected. Amendment 20, adopted. Paragraph 106, original text, adopted. Amendment 21, rejected. Paragraph 126, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Paragraph 136, adopted. Paragraph 138, original text, adopted. Amendment 14, rejected. Paragraph 161, original text, adopted. Amendments 15, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 22, rejected. Recital Y, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Recital AB, original text, adopted. Recital AC, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Recital AD, Part 1 and Part 2, adopted. Then report by Gabriel Marton Bluefin Tuna. The Commission proposal is amended, adopted. Referral back to committee for interinstitutional negotiations, adopted. Report by Valerie Heyer on the mobilization of the European Globalization Adjustment Fund, adopted. Report by Dimitrios Papadimoulis on the European Central Bank's 2021 annual report, adopted. Report by Jeremy de Serle on animal welfare, adopted. Report by Eleonora Evi on the European Ombudsman 2020 annual report, adopted. Report by Morten Peterson on the European Strategy for Offshore Renewable Energy, adopted. Report by Danuta Hübner on Article 50 of the Treaty on European Union, adopted. Report by Olivier Chastel on the 6th VAT Directive, adopted. Couple of quick announcements in relation to the decision by the Econ Committee to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, Paragraph 1, announced at the opening of the session on Monday 14th. We have received no request for a vote in Parliament by members or political groups reaching at least the medium threshold. The committee may therefore start negotiations. I will now move to the debate. Dear colleagues, as announced at the beginning of this part session, our agenda of this week is dominated by the situation in Ukraine. Today, we are starting our day with the most pressing debate on EU-Russia relations, European security and Russia's military threat against Ukraine amidst intense international diplomatic exchanges to de-escalate the situation. I am pleased to welcome the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Josep Borrell, who are with us to discuss the latest developments on the ground in the wider context of European security and EU-Russia relations. Welcome to the plenary. On behalf of the European Parliament, we have repeatedly expressed solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they continue to face the uncertainty of the past weeks and fear of Russian military aggression. What we are witnessing here is also a threat to peace in Europe. I want to recall that in September last year, the European Parliament adopted a resolution that called for containing Russia's influence in the EU and its eastern neighbourhood. And in December last year, we also adopted a resolution where we criticised the actions of the Russian authorities and underlined our preparedness to agree swiftly on further joint action, including sanctions. Today, just after this debate, we will vote on granting €1.2 billion of macro financial assistance to Ukraine, and I would like to thank the European Commission for this timely proposal to support Ukraine's financial stability and resilience in the current difficult circumstances. Also later today, the Conference of Presidents will discuss the declaration on the situation in Ukraine. I would like to stress that while we urge for a de-escalation of the current tension between Ukraine and Russia, this Parliament stands ready to support swift, forceful and concrete action in coordination with other European institutions. The Union's unity and close cooperation with our partners are key for the European Union to play a strong role on the international stage and to contribute to peace and security. We would be interested to know how lessons learned from the current situation will be reflected also in the works on the future strategic compass for the European Union. Finally, I would like to thank you, President Michel, President von der Leyen and High Representative Borrell for your engagement in the intense consultation on identifying ways to address the situation at the EU's eastern borders and your efforts to uphold fundamental principles of the existing European security architecture. So without further delay, I would like to give the floor to the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, for your statement.
Madam President of the European Parliament, Madam President of the Commission, dear High Representative, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, this week is expected to be an important geopolitical week for the European Union. We will hold our joint summit with the African Union. Some 80 delegations of African and European leaders are arriving in Brussels to negotiate a strategic partnership between our two continents. Yet, the extremely serious situation in Eastern Europe has crept into all our agendas. And allow me to lay out the range of actions taken by the EU to deal with this crisis in very close coordination with our allies. And let me explain how the European Council will approach our future decisions, whether in the short or longer term. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia has undertaken an unprecedented military escalation against Ukraine. The Russian authorities have repeatedly said they have no aggressive intentions towards this sovereign country, and this despite already annexing part of Ukrainian territory, Crimea, in 2014, and constantly undermining Ukraine's sovereignty, especially in eastern Ukraine. Encircling a country with an extraordinary deployment of military forces, never seen before, can only be seen as aggressive and threatening behavior. This escalation not only endangers the stability and integrity of Ukraine, it also threatens peace and security in Europe and the rules-based international system. We, the EU, NATO allies, member states, are working together at every level on a daily basis, consulting politically and acting together. We are working at a level of intensity and quality that we have not seen for years. Our unity is stronger than ever. And we have adopted a strong and clear strategy in 3 areas. First, diplomacy. We have chosen to give every opportunity to the diplomatic routes. European and American leaders have undertaken countless diplomatic initiatives and missions. We have activated negotiating platforms for dialogue with Russia, such as NATO, the OSCE, or the Normandy format. And I would like to commend Olaf Scholz and Emmanuel Macron for their important role. We have never stopped giving priority to diplomatic channels, even when these efforts did not seem to produce immediate, tangible results. Yet, in the last 2 days, Russia has signaled that it may be open to diplomacy, and we urge Russia to take concrete and tangible steps towards de-escalation, because this is the condition for sincere political dialogue. We cannot eternally attempt diplomacy on one side, while the other side is amassing troops. Mesdames et messieurs, en addition...
Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to our diplomatic engagement, we are working on the second subject, and that is preparation of sanctions and restrictive...
Preto, aby sme, keby to bolo potrebné.
Were that to be necessary. So the Council will look at this with clarity to come up with a position of the 27 heads of state and government. If there were to be military aggression against Ukraine, the cost for Russia must be severe, the consequence must be massive, and we need to make sure that that there would be consequences for Europeans as well, and if the time were to come, we will have to assume that responsibility. And I'd like to thank everyone for the preparatory work that has been carried out by the High Representative and the Commission, the Council and the Member States. And if it were necessary, and when the time comes, the Council will make a statement and take the political decisions necessary. And we are in close contact and coordination with our partners and our allies. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, there's a third point that I believe is essential. This point would have an impact directly on support to Ukraine and support to the Ukrainian people. Now, this support must be, as it always has been, political, to uphold the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and we confirm this Euro-Atlantic aspiration of Ukraine and the European aspiration of Ukraine. Now, through this financial support, we know that what is happening already is bringing about a daily significant economic impact on Ukraine, and we would like to commend the Commission's initiative to mobilize 1.2 billion in macro financial assistance. And I think we should go beyond that with what with our partners. So that's why I would like to launch here initiative within close cooperation between Ukraine and the European Union, a conference of donors to be able to support a robust economic situation in Ukraine that has been threatened by this threat to the country, to make sure that we can shore up support for the Ukraine. Now, 2 messages I would like to address at this point. Now, the first message I would like to address to the Ukrainian people. In 2014, the free and proud Ukrainian people took to Maidan, and there were sacrifices that were made, and they made the choice for freedom, for democracy, for liberal democracy, for the rule of law. The European Union made this choice to support this free and sovereign choice of the Ukrainian people. And I would like to reiterate the fact that the European Union will not allow the Ukrainian people to be left without support. Now, I would like, with the second message, to address Russia and its leaders. The choice today is a choice between war and the tragic sacrifices that would go along with that war, or with the courage of a political engagement, the courage of a diplomatic negotiation. Very clearly, the European Union would be in favor of diplomacy and negotiation, and we will also show our stringency if another choice were to be made by Russia, and aim for a sustainable solution to uphold the mutual and reciprocal stability and security. And this is why the Russian leaders owe this to the Russian people. Now, in just a few hours' time, the 27 member states and will meet in Brussels for the African Union EU summit, and I am sure that we will be resolute in expressing our solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Michel. I give the floor now to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for her statement.
Thank you, Madam President.
Ďakujem pekne, pani predsedníčka. Pán predseda Charles Michel, pán Josep Borrell, vysoký predstaviteľ, vážení kolegovia. Skutočný dôvod, prečo bola vytvorená únia, je, aby sa ukončili všetky európske vojny. A je veľmi bolestivé sa na vás dnes obrácať, keďže čelíme najväčšiemu budovaniu vojenských síl na európskej pôde od konca studenej vojny. Ukrajina sa veľmi statočne snaží o svoj život, ale veľmi často sa...
Documents in case that they have to rush away from home. Others have stockpiled food cans to prepare for the worst. Some have even set up shelters in their basements. These are not stories from the 1940s. This is Europe in 2022. And this is happening because of a deliberate policy of the Russian leadership. Ukraine is a sovereign country. It is making its own choices about its own future. But the Kremlin doesn't like this, and so it threatens war. And this is the essence of the current escalation. This is something we simply cannot accept. I think diplomacy has not yet spoken its last words. And we saw signs of hope yesterday. But now deeds have to follow those words. In the last 7 years, Ukraine has suffered from the Kremlin's constant aggression. But despite that heavy burden they have, Ukraine has come such a long way. It has taken important steps to fight corruption. It has rebuilt its infrastructure. It has created new jobs for its talented youth. And our union has accompanied them, putting together the largest support package in our history. Of course, the people of Ukraine know that their democracy still has some flaws and issues to deal with it. But Ukraine today is a sovereign, more free, more strong country than in 2014, and this is precisely why the Kremlin is threatening it again. We stand firm with Ukraine. The idea that the Kremlin should decide what Ukrainians can or cannot desire, we simply cannot accept. And the idea of spheres of influence are ghosts of the last century. This crisis is about Ukraine, yes, but it is also about much, much more. It is also about what it means to be a sovereign, independent, and free country in the 21st century. It is about everyone's right to live free from fear. And it's about every country's right to determine its own future. And this is the message that our union has to send to the Kremlin. Like everyone in this room, I truly hope that the Kremlin will decide not to unleash further violence in Europe. Yesterday, Russia was certainly sending conflicting signals. On the one hand, authorities announced Russian troop pullbacks. On the other hand, the Duma votes for the formal recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk as independent republics. But I still strongly believe in diplomacy. It is good to hear yesterday's commitment to the Minsk agreement. President Macron and Chancellor Scholz have traveled to Kiev and Moscow. Several others are also speaking to both sides. I'm constantly exchanging with all of them, as well as President Biden, Prime Minister Trudeau, Prime Minister Johnson. I must really say the transatlantic community has for a long time not been so united. Let me just mention one recent episode. Earlier this month, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov wrote 36 letters to each and every member state of the European Union and NATO ally with a series of demands. He received 2 letters in response. One from Josep Borrell on the behalf of the European Union, and one from Jens Stoltenberg on behalf of NATO. The European Union and its transatlantic partners are united in this crisis. And our call to Russia is crystal clear. Do not choose war. A path of cooperation between Russia and us is still possible. But let's stay vigilant. Despite yesterday's news, NATO has not yet seen signs of any Russian troop reduction. And should the Kremlin choose violence against Ukraine, our response will be strong and united. The European Commission and the EAS have been working closely with all member states to prepare a robust and comprehensive package of potential sanctions. And we have worked in very close coordination with our friends from the United Kingdom, the United States, and Canada. And let me say that in these weeks, we have built a unity of purpose that is truly remarkable, both within the European Union and with our partners. In case of a Russian aggression, Europe's reaction will be swift and robust. And we're not just talking about freezing assets and banning travel for Russian individuals. Russia's strategic interest is to diversify its economy, its one-sided economy, and to close its current gaps. But for this, they need technologies in which we have a global leadership, high-tech components of which Russia is almost entirely dependent on us. So our sanctions can bite very hard, and the Kremlin knows this as well. And on another topic, we are also ready. In case that the Russian leadership decides to weaponize the energy issue. You know, we see at a time of high demand that Gazprom is restricting its gas supplies to Europe. We see a 10-year low in storage by Gazprom. We see no sales on the spot market. This is a strange behavior for a company that in times of skyrocketing demand and prices, they are not trying to maximize their profits. And this behavior has already damaged Russia's credibility as a reliable energy supplier. We are since weeks in talks with a number of countries that are ready to step up their exports of liquefied natural gas to the European Union. And this resulted now in January in record deliveries of LNG gas, more than 120 vessels, that is the equivalent of 10 billion cubic meters of LNG. And on top, we've done our homework. Since the annexation of Crimea, we have increased the number of LNG terminals in the European Union. We have reinforced our pan-European pipeline and electricity interconnector network. And the good part in this story is that these investments in infrastructure we have done will in future be the backbone for the possibility to supply with green hydrogen. So they are future-proof. And now we have, during the last weeks, looked into all possible disruption scenarios in case Russia decides to partially or completely disrupt gas supplies to the European Union. And I can say today that our models show, with all the measures we have taken, that we are now on the safe side for this winter. On top of this, we have also developed with a number of member states a new set of emergency measures which we could trigger in case of complete disruptions. But one of the main lessons we have already learned from this crisis, honourable members, is that we must diversify our energy sources and we must get rid of the dependency of Russian gas. We must heavily invest in renewables. Our alternative are renewables, because though renewables are clean and good for the climate, but they are also homegrown and good for our independence. That's where our future lies. Honourable members, this is a crisis that has been created by Moscow. We have not chosen confrontation. We are hoping for the best, but we are prepared for the worst. We now have two distinct futures ahead of us. In one, the Kremlin decides to wage war against Ukraine with massive human costs, something we thought we had left behind after the tragedies of the 20th century. Moscow's relation with us would be severely damaged. Tough sanctions would kick in with dire consequences on the Russian economy and its prospect of modernization. But another future is possible, a future in which Russia and Europe cooperate on their shared interests, a future where free countries work together in peace, a future of prosperity built on the respect of the fundamental principles that are enshrined in the UN Charter and in the European security architecture since the Helsinki Final Act. This is my aspiration, and I'm sure the Russian people share this aspiration too. It's now up to the Kremlin to decide. But whatever path they decide to take, we will stand our ground. Europe will be united on the side of Ukraine, on the side of peace, and on the side of Europe's people. Long live Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen. I invite now High Representative Josep Borrell to take the floor.
Señora Presidenta del Parlamento Europeo,
President of the European Parliament, President of the European Council, and President of the European Commission, honourable members. If we take a look at what is happening in Ukraine, this, I think, is going to determine the future of humanity. I think everybody, all human beings, must be concerned about what is happening there, because if once again it's the law of the strongest, and if we see that a country can threaten another and invade it, threaten it in territorial terms, we're taking a step back in our history. The major success in Europe is that we have turned our backs on war as a way to resolve conflicts, and I think this is the reason why we have to stand side by side with Ukraine and to prevent a war on our borders. And all of this forms a fundamental part of what we call the common defence and security policy. And it is a great honour for me to try and spell this out for you today. We have the presence in the chamber today, in the hemicycle, of the leaders of all the institutions. We have the President of the European Council, and then we have the President of the European Commission, the European Parliament, and I am here on the behalf of the EAS as the leader of the actions of security and defence in the European Union, and we are here together to show our unity against the Russian threat of invasion of Ukraine. And this unity and solidarity, I think, has come to the fore over the past few days. So we have to take a look at how we can have positive consequences of this crisis. There has been a coming together, a common position of the member states, and all Europeans have responded positively to come up with a response. We call this sanctions or deterrent measures, and all of this pursuant to the treaty. We're looking at sanctions, which would have to be adopted by the Council following a proposal by the High Representative. And these are going to be drafted, of course, are being drafted together with the help and support of the European Commission in order to take a look at the costs of what these are actually going to mean, and obviously under the European Council. And obviously these will come into play if Russia invades Ukraine. But perhaps I can insist on a fundamental aspect of our union, which I think is the most positive consequence to come out of this crisis. This is a crisis that has been based on a threat to the territorial integrity of a state. It is a crisis that has come about and affects the whole security structure in Europe. And this is something that cannot be questioned at all through threats of this kind. And it's a crisis that affects the right of every sovereign state to freely choose its own security structure and its own international relations. Into English.
Which has been the role of European diplomacy in these events? It has been said that Europe was missing in action. We have heard that the European is missing in actions and things are happening without our presence, without our participation, led by the United States, who are negotiating over our head. I think that we had to respond to this criticism, which seems at all unfounded, by several reasons. First, because the member states of the Union have consistently debating the issue of security in Europe and Ukraine, and we have achieved a remarkable unity. Because several member states, France and Germany, have taken a number of political initiatives to promote a peaceful settlement of the crisis, and these initiatives have been carried in coherence with the positions of the Union and in conditions of great transparency. And third, because Russia deliberately tried to ignore the existence of the European Union by sending letters only to the United States and NATO in December, considering that we are completely irrelevant and has nothing to say about the security issues in Europe. For Moscow, the security in Europe is being defined in Washington. Later, when they will notice that despite this dismissive attitude, nothing was going on, Minister Lavrov finally decided to send a letter to the 27 member states that he had ignored until now. Why such a U-turn on the Russian position? For two reasons. First, because they realized that the European front was not cracked and the Atlantic solidarity was very strong. So he tried a maneuver which was to send letters to the 27 member states, hoping to have 27 different answers. But in this case, Mr. Lavrov didn't succeed, because we sent him a single letter, saving him the time to read 27 letters, all of them equal. Just one letter representing the position of the European Union on behalf of the 27 member states. And this is a good example of how we Europeans can work together, and together with our allies, with the US and other like-minded countries, with which we have had a continuous and very much positive coordination. So we have been present, participating on the negotiations, if we can call them negotiations, at least conversations, until now. So what we can envisage next? Well, we don't know. Nobody knows. There are encouraging signs, but also very much worrisome events, like the vote in the Duma asking Putin to recognize the independence of the two, let's say, republics in the Donbass. We don't know what Putin is going to do, but what is clear is that we have to continue offering both things at the same time. The will to negotiate, be ready to participate in talks because, yes, Russia has also security concerns that has to be taken into consideration. And on the other hand, to prepare our capacity to respond, our dissuasion tools, sanctions, as the President of the Commission and the President of the Council have been referring to. On that, we have been working, and on that, we are ready to act. But most of all, we are ready to continue negotiations, talk, in order to look for a diplomatic solution to the worst crisis that Europe is living since the end of the Cold War. And I repeat again, this crisis not only affects Ukrainians, not only the Europeans, it affects the direction of humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the High Representative. We will now do a round of starting with the political groups, and not many colleagues who will take the floor in this important debate, starting with the chair of the European People's Party Group, Manfred Weber.
President Metsola, President von der Leyen, President Michel, Vice President Borrell. Gut, dass Sie alle da sind.
It's good that you're all here. It's important that as Europeans at this time stand together and discuss. It's about a basic promise, the basic promise of the European Union, of peace. The fear of the Ukrainians is something we can't imagine, the worries there. It's not just about Ukraine, it's about us securing peace. The first question we have to put is, what is this conflict all about? Many say it's about the eastern expansion of NATO security interests. I don't believe that. In the 80s, people went on the streets in Gdansk for peace and democracy. At the end of the 80s, in Dresden, in the Baltic countries, in Budapest, and the fall of the Iron Curtain, the fall of communism, and then Maidan in Kiev, when people fought for freedom of democracy and also died. And now, some years ago, in Minsk, in Belarus, when people went onto the streets for these ideas, the idea of peace wins. Step by step, it moves ahead. I was in Maidan myself in 2014. I spoke with young people there. And one thing must be clear for us Europeans. We are on the side of people who are for peace and democracy. It's another moment, perhaps, where it's about our fundamental values, and we will defend them whatever it takes. Colleagues, it's the greatest threat. That's the biggest threat for Putin, is a free, democratic Ukraine. The second question we must answer is, what is our task? How can we ensure peace? Putin only understands the language of power, and it means we need a clear bill we can give him. The costs are high. For my political party, the EPP, I can assure that Nord Stream 2 won't go ahead if there's violence. The exclusion of Russian banks from the international financial system is necessary, and the limitations of deliveries of high technology announced by the Commission are on the list. There's an electoral campaign in France because of Nord Stream 2. It's difficult in Germany, so we're not strong in these issues. We should be stronger. And the bill that we present can be put in clear terms. Any insecurity motivates Putin to go down his road. The third question we must ask is, how can we talk to Putin? Are there possibilities for compromise? Dialogue is important. Talks are important. sovereignty of states can't be touched. There are no spheres of influence where Putin can decide, and war is no means for politics in today's Europe. So the unconstitutional declaration, annexation of Crimea is against international law. The fourth question, hasn't he achieved a lot, Putin? He has a free hand in Belarus. Lukashenko is a puppet of the Kremlin, and they have joint military exercises in the Duma. There are demands to recognize East Ukraine as a state, to reinforce the divide of Ukraine. That is a cause for further sanctions. And some weeks ago, here in the European Parliament, we had Alexei Navalny. We awarded him the Sakharov Prize. Now we hear that he faces 15 more years in prison without any legal basis or any due process. Putin is trying to take the idea of freedom away from the opposition in Russia, and that's a further reason to discuss sanctions against Russia. That's also covered by the saber rattling and the threats we face. The fifth question is our own role as European Union. Let's be honest. We are not sufficiently prepared for this storm in world politics we face. We're not prepared enough. In Geneva, there's no European politician on the table when we talk about the European security architecture, and decisions are made there. Germany, France are trying to coordinate, but it could work better. We know that in sanctions, the question is in the room if perhaps Viktor Orban will break ranks and have different positions. I must also criticize the fact that in this historical phase, no European states are in a position to send a strong signal that we're on the side of Ukraine. No signal from the heads of state and government. Colleagues, the development is a wake-up call. In security and foreign policy, we must develop our force, our power, and have a cyber warfare brigade to defend critical infrastructure. We need a foreign minister who is able to speak for the entire European Union with a strong voice. I wake up every morning early and ask myself, can it be the case that we're talking about war? I think that's the same for many Europeans. There's somebody in Moscow who is prepared to use war. He's shown this many times. We'll wake up in a new European reality and a new European Union, and now we must prepare for that. Peace and democracy are the promises of the European Union. 44 million Ukrainians expect that, and I think we in the European Parliament stand behind them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the S&D Group, I invite Irache Garcia Perez to take the floor.
Thank you, President. Over 8 years have gone by since the revolution of dignity in the Maidan Square, and since the Ukrainian people have started their fight in order to move forward to the project of rights and democracy, and we in the European Union have been their most faithful partner when it comes to supporting their reforms and to defending the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And today the European Parliament is repeating its commitment to Ukraine. The challenge that Russia poses to all Europeans basically gives us an opportunity to strengthen our solidarity and determination, and also to defend our interests and those of our continent as a whole. But we should not forget that in order to put a halt to Putin's imperialist tendencies, then Ukraine and the European Union are also going to have to fulfill their own obligations. We're going to have to continue all efforts in all diplomatic fora in order to put an end to the conflict in Ukraine, the Normandy format, the tripartite format as well. And the European Union has to be present in these negotiations because, as Mr. Borrell has said, we can't sit on the sidelines as a neutral spectator when it comes to those matters that affect our security. No region around the world has a system of security that is as fair as ours, or the values that are set out in the Paris Charter or in the Helsinki Final Act. All of these instruments have been signed by Russia, and they're the only ones that can guarantee security in Europe. Sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of borders, and the right for a state to choose their own allies and peaceful resolution of disputes are achievements that cannot be denied. And obviously this can only be a reality, our life in Europe can only be a reality if we have security. And none of us, I don't think, can deny this fact. And we will not allow Putin and his blackmail to bring Europe to its knees. We are looking at our own ability and capacity to respond in the face of the threats. We're looking at medium-term reserves and purchases of gas, and we're still leading in the structure, the building of a new energy infrastructure based on renewable energies and a fairer distribution of energy. It is the time for diplomacy, but also for deterrence. Any kind of aggression towards Ukraine will have considerable consequences for Russia, and you can always try and prevent it until the moment that war starts. So we have the basis of our European project, and we have all the achievements that we've managed to bring about, the freedom and democracy that have characterized the lives of millions of human beings. And President Zelensky is also going to have to continue with his commitments on the path to democracy, fight corruption, strengthen, reform the judiciary, because these are the best arms and weapons against Russia. What Russia fears is that our social model and a democracy find their way to the Red Square in Moscow. All of us, I think, are fully aware of the fact that trying to convince by force, you can't convince that way. And Putin is not going to be able to convince anybody. To convince, you have to persuade somebody. And you have to persuade somebody that they are missing something, the right to do something, and that they are right in doing something. So there isn't much time left. Ukraine has to realize that the Social Democratic family is behind them. Those people who lost their lives on Maidan Square and in Donbass, this is our commitment. We have to show that commitment with our neighbors and bring about prosperity and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia Perez. And now, on behalf of the Renew Group, Stéphane Séjourné.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam President, President of the Council, Commission President, colleagues. First of all, on behalf of my group, Renew, I'd like to express the deep solidarity with the Ukrainian people. For the third time, the Ukrainian people are facing unacceptable external pressure. The resilience and the calm of Ukrainian citizens deserve our admiration. The courage of these people, which have paid with blood for its European choice. The European Parliament is always on the side of Ukrainians to defend their choices, which are sovereign, their territorial integrity and their independence. I'd like to welcome the work of President Zelensky and his government, which ignores provocations and continue with reforms. We're not responsible for the situation, but we have a moral duty to act. Firstly, we have to act on the side of the Ukrainians. We must strongly condemn the attempts of destabilization by the Russian government. We must point out to Russia that it has international obligations under the OSCE and respect of international law, in particular in maritime law, which is not respected at the moment. We call on the Commission to make a strong sign towards the Ukrainian people and open up to the single market and go beyond the association agreement. Secondly, we must act for maintaining peace. Our union is born from the promise of peace, and it must remain our sole compass. That's what European citizens ask for. That is what for the Ukrainian citizens want. Also, it is the majority opinion of the Russian population, which, despite ongoing propaganda, is against military intervention. We need to have that in mind. The French, German and Polish initiatives which have been welcomed are an open means that we can reopen channels of dialogue which should be welcomed in this hemicycle. Thirdly, we must act to be prepared for all eventualities. I'd like to thank the President of the Council, the President of the Commission for their 2 speeches. Our strong attachment to peace doesn't mean that we're naive. All the institutions must work on the collective response of the European Union. What will be the scenario? I call on the Commission and the Council to prepare sanctions on an unprecedented scale and aid for countries which will be most affected by such decisions. We must be prepared to act immediately. We must show this time that our force, our economic power, is at the services of its geopolitical interests. Finally, we must act and ensure long-term the security of our continent. Let's be clear. It's the attraction of our model which is a problem for Putin. It's the European aspiration of Ukraine, which is seen as a threat at the moment. When I listen to certain Europeans, I think that we are not realize what we are. We are for economic power, social power, but also, which is attractive, also a democratic power. We have unity through this conflict, national elections or attempts at destabilization, or certain political forces in the Kremlin shouldn't imperil our unity for the Ukraine, for our values, and also for our co-citizens. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Séjourné. On behalf of the Green Group, I now give the floor to Ska Keller.
Thank you. Ukraine is under threat. A country that, just as any other country, wants to decide on its own future, but is bullied by its big neighbor. But this is not just a threat to Ukraine, it's also an attack on the basic idea of how states relate to each other. It's a threat to international rules and to European security. And it saddens me profoundly that we have to debate this dangerous development in our eastern neighborhood today. This European Parliament was born out of the devastating experience of war and violence. The EU was built as a peace project and a model of democratic cooperation. President Putin's nationalist and imperial course of action and suppression runs contrary to the mere idea of our common union. Putin's actions therefore challenge us as Europeans. And we, as members of this Parliament, carry a historic responsibility to stand up and clearly condemn Russia's threat of aggression. As EU, as its Parliament, we stand united against the Russian threat and in full support with Ukraine. The people of Ukraine have our support for choosing their own path, for living in peace, and for undertaking reforms that will transform their country for the better. We need to be prepared for sanctions against individuals, entities, and sectors in Russia. I am talking, for example, about freezing assets, about entry bans, and yes, I am also talking about Nord Stream 2. This pipeline must be part of our common sanction regime. And yes, sanctions have repercussions also for ourselves, but we must act in face of an aggression. As Union, we need to reduce our dependencies on Russia, especially when it comes to energy. We have the technologies to do so, and we have ample supplies of sun and wind. What energy we use is a geostrategic decision, and we need to make the right one. Let's not forget that the Ukrainian people have suffered greatly already because of the Russian aggression going on for years in eastern Ukraine. Almost 15,000 people have died. More than 1 million Ukrainians had to flee their homes. Conflicts can only be solved by diplomatic means. Russia must withdraw its troops and end the threat of invasion. It must return to the table of frank and peaceful negotiations. Negotiations that must be based on international law, mutual respect, and a common vision for peace on our common European continent. This is a key moment for international peace, stability, and security. Now is our time to show through words and through actions that we stand united as one and that the people of Ukraine can count on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Keller, I give the floor now to Marco Zanni on behalf of the ID Group. Prego.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. President von der Leyen. President Michel. I believe that today the message from the European Union should be sent to the Ukrainian people, and that message should be of solidarity. We shouldn't leave any openness to ambiguity that often in the recent past has emerged from the European institutions. And I listened very carefully to what was stated by President von der Leyen and by President Michel, as well as from the High Representative Borrell. I do not agree with the optimism that is shown here under these current circumstances. I think there is much ambiguity that remains in terms of what the Putin regime places on our borders. We must be resolute and express a message to Ukraine that Europe is prepared to do anything and everything to uphold its sovereignty and territorial integrity. No transgressions here. And we also need to recognize the mistakes that we have made and understand why there has been this ambiguity, why Europe hasn't been able to send out a united and concrete message in the face of this. Clearly there have been mistakes. We've discussed, for example, the dependency that exists that our countries have vis-a-vis the Russian regime. This is nothing new. These are things that we have known for a very long time, and we have done nothing to reduce that dependency. Now, ambiguity is a problem because we understand that the dynamics of dictatorships are difficult for us to understand, for those of us that live in free countries. But clearly we can fully understand that our weaknesses and our ambiguity give space to threats and give space to powers that would like to bring war to within our borders. Now, we can understand that from some 20 years now, since the last war that we experienced here in Europe, in the Kosovo and in the Balkans, we can feel the winds of war are on our borders, and this 20 years without war has been a success of the West. So what clearly we need to avoid at this time is a war or an escalation that would lead to military conflict. No one wants this, and no one is in a position to deal with this. But we must have the courage to correct the mistakes that we have made, and that this ambiguity is quite clear, even though we often just sweep it under the carpet. We know, of course, that Putin is the previous head of an important structure within the continent of Europe. So we need to work for peaceful resolution without transgressing our principles, and find a way to be able to leave the space such that we can show that the West is united, that Europe is prepared to move beyond its ambiguity, and state, of course, our message of competence within the framework of NATO and with our allies, and that is within NATO that we must resolve this situation. Otherwise, our ambiguity will continue to be a weakness, and we will never be able to be a positive player in resolution of conflict and in the protection of the freedoms that we must be so proud to protect. Thank you.
I Give the floor now on behalf of the ECR group to Mr. Legutko.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, when in 2008 the Russian army invaded Georgia, Poland's President Lech Kaczynski gathered political leaders from Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania in Tbilisi, and at the public meeting he said these memorable words: "Today it is Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and in the future maybe Poland." Well, unfortunately, these words are not only memorable, but they sound prophetic too. But there is a discrepancy between East European and West European political sensibilities. For most East Europeans, Russian imperialism is a fact that has determined and continues to determine their very existence. For the West Europeans, it is simply news in the media, sometimes sensational and exciting, but generally it is a rather tedious story in a far-off land, presumably made up by some political fantasists. To make the matter worse, Russia has become an object of deep attraction for many Europeans and additionally an engaging partner in power politics, also in economic relations, not to mention the notorious Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. And the fact that former chancellors of Germany and Austria, former prime ministers of France and Finland have been working for Russian businesses, were employed by Russian businesses, is meaningful. These gentlemen, and many others too, also ladies, let me add, are not mavericks, but they represent what is typical of a large segment of European political establishment. To call a spade, Europe is a weak link in the line of defense against Russian imperialism. No wonder that Putin likes to humiliate the European politicians and has been quite successful in this. Those politicians desire to accommodate Russia and are keen on conducting business as usual with her. And this is the reason why they de facto accepted the annexation of the Crimea. Well, recent signals from Europe and also from outside Europe have been rather mixed, but there is a lot of reassuring talk about the hardening of the European position vis-à-vis Russia. We've heard a lot of tough words today, really a significant EU pep talk. But how hard this position has really become, not in words, but in deeds, we will know in the weeks and months to come.
I give the floor next on behalf of the Left Group to Martin Schildewan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We're looking into the abyss of a war between Russia and Ukraine, the price of which will be paid by the civil population above all. And the key to overcome this crisis, which challenges the entire peaceful architecture in Europe, lies in de-escalation and verbal and military disarmament. It doesn't just go for the current efforts to ensure peace, but also for past years in which relations between the West and Russia have systematically worsened. The exclusion from Russia from the G8, the cancellation of the meeting of the NATO Russia Council and the Normandy format are signs of the failure of democracy. A new Cold War was started in Europe, which might become a hot war. Weber and looked at a time where European powers negotiated with the Soviet Union before the breakup of the Eastern Bloc, and there were oral assurances made that NATO wouldn't expand 1 meter. We know 14 Central and Eastern European countries have joined NATO since the 90s. The geostrategic architecture, you can catcall as you wish, and the West has changed in the last 30 years. All sides must work on a peace structure which recognizes the multilateral nature of our world, which is based on law and recognizes the legitimate security concerns of all. NATO isn't the international poor guarantor of international justice. This is down to international law. I would have liked it in this debate to be stated clearly. To deal with this crisis, we need to have preparedness to maintain peace. Russia must guarantee the security of its neighbors, and Ukraine must implement the Minsk agreement. The idea of an eastern expansion of NATO won't contribute to the security of Europe. It'll lead to the destabilization of. There won't be peace in Europe. They'll only have peace with Russia if we. Thinking of the discussions yesterday with the German Chancellor and Putin. An attack by Russia on Russia against Ukraine, it would be against international law, it would damage Russian interests and the European peace structure. Putin must know this, but we know from bitter experience that successful détente can't be based on this type of thing. Facts are the basis of peace, not rumors. We know that the US gas companies have a boom. Investors are celebrating at the cost of European security. The lesson of this is that European security interests aren't the same of US interests necessarily. European interests must be decided by us without transatlantic obedience. Energy security is not based on Russia or US gas, but on the rapid expansion of renewable energies. Peace in Europe must be decided here in European capitals and not in Washington or in NATO HQ. Thank you very much.
I give the floor now to Andrea Boxkor on behalf of the non-attached members.
Köszönöm szépen, tisztelt elnök asszony! Az Európai Unió és tagországainak biztonsága szorosan összefügg.
The European Union and its member states have their security directly linked to Ukraine's security, Ukraine being an important partner for the EU. That is why we are so incredibly concerned with the tension that we are witnessing on the borders of Ukraine. Hungary needs to support dialogue to avoid war. A peaceful solution is the only way forward, and the Minsk agreement must be implemented. There's no alternative to this. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in a situation of enormous material loss, as has already been the case in the past. Now, in the confrontation, there have been many deaths already, many displaced people, and galloping inflation, COVID, the increase in gas prices. All of this has made the situation of the people in Ukraine absolutely unsustainable, and also of the Hungarian people that are there, and we must support Ukraine.
Thank you. Ms. Yuknevichine is the next speaker.
Dear colleagues, happy to have European family heads and members together to express solidarity with the Ukrainian people that are like us and want to live like us in the same European family. The EU founding fathers have assumed their leadership to unite entire democratic Western Europe. Now it is the time for us to assume a similar leadership, to unite all democracies in the European continent. Because without strong Ukraine, there will be no strong Europe. The EU will be as strategically strong as will be able to become an important actor there. It is not the time for naive Chamberlains or illusions that relations with Putin's Kremlin can be mutually productive, or that the concessions will help. It is important that the West remains united in solidarity, even if this escalation will end without military action. We must agree on what leading role the EU must play and what can it do to help Ukraine and other countries striving for EU membership. If Europe will return to business as usual with the Kremlin, we will be doomed to a circle of hybrid and not only hybrid wars. Also, an intensive treatment for EU is necessary, including saving EU from cancer cells the Kremlin-controlled corrupt has. Already today, Putin deserves a tribunal for threatening to start a war to kill people, for Navalny, who is a symbol of poisoned and imprisoned Russia, and for whom I wish strength. I thank the Ukrainians and Slava Ukraini.
Danke, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Marcus.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Representative, Commissioner. A ameaça de invasão da Ucrânia.
The threat of an invasion of Ukraine reminds us of the coldest days of the Cold War. And we feel that the constant threat, no one would like to go back to that. Well, let us say hardly anyone. Putin and his comrades seem to still be keen. And on that enormous border on the Ukraine, they are carrying out the biggest military exercises in many years, threatening Ukraine and the world as a whole. From the European Union and with our transatlantic partners, the message has been heard, and we must be united. Only in that way will we be able to rise to this challenge. Our message is not a message of war, but just reminding Mr. Putin that a war will not be done in impunity. Our message is not one of threat, but we will not feel intimidated by Russia. Our message is for dialogue and for international law, diplomacy, and that through this we will avoid confrontation and resolve problems and find solutions. This is the way forward and the way in which the Parliament and the European Union is presenting to Russia for a solution with good sense and realism and with full respect for independence and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Now, Putin, we are sure he will make the right choice, and both for Ukraine, Europe, and for Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Astrovicius.
Mr. Chair, High Representative, Commissioner, dear colleagues. May this be clear to all. Ukraine is part of the European family, as Belarus too. Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and it's all of concern to all of us. The military threat posed by Russia to Ukraine only confirms the hopelessness and aggressiveness of the Kremlin. I very much hope that the West has seized the opportunity to learn the lesson of unity, solidarity, and common response. We will need this lesson in the future, because Putin seems to have neither the will nor the interest to change. By giving Ukraine the opportunity to reform on the basis of European experience and partnership, we are supporting and investing in the future of the democratic and prosperous Ukraine. We are enabling the country and its people to follow the path they embarked on back in 2014 with the Revolution of Dignity. Ukrainians decide their own future, and I'm strongly convinced that the future of Ukraine is not Finlandization, it's Europeization. Slava Ukraini! Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much. Ms. von Kramon-Taubadel is the next speaker.
High Representative, war is so unjust and ugly that all who wage it must try to stifle the voice of conscience within themselves. These words belong to one of the greatest pacifists, Leo Tolstoy, who, ironically, also happens to be the one that President Putin claims to have influenced him most. Evidently, the Russian president has stifled his voice of conscience and brought our continent to the brink of war. How else could he summon 135,000 soldiers on the Ukrainian border? Ukraine is a great country of great people. Today it is stronger than ever. It stands up for itself and will only be stronger tomorrow. This is the reason of the Kremlin's war-mongering. Putin knows if he does not take over Ukraine now, he won't be able to do so in the future. What the Russian president sees as a window of opportunity can be a lethal trap for his country. Ukraine will be for Russia what Afghanistan was for the Soviet Union, an imperial overstretch, a painful end of Putin's empire. War is not only unjust and ugly, but also senseless, as there are no winners. It brings only destruction and suffering to people on both sides. If Putin starts the war, common Russians will have to suffer the consequences. Russian mothers crying over their fallen sons, pensioners feeling the chilling effects of Western sanctions. Ukrainians are strong because they fight for their country. They do not stand alone because they have reliable friends. And above all, because they have the truth on their side. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Mr. Madison is the next speaker.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. Mr. Borrell, unfortunately, Mrs. von der Leyen has left already. I was listening very carefully to the speeches, and I would like to mention especially two things. First of all, Mrs. von der Leyen mentioned that Russia is now weaponizing the energy policy. Well, I would like to say, well, what we told you about 5-6 years ago. If we're going to build up the Nord Stream 2 between Germany and Russia, of course they will weaponize it. That's obvious. There is no energy policy without other policies. Also with the economical policy, defense policy, that's very clear. But Germans wanted to build up the Nord Stream 2 with Russia, and here we are now. Of course they're weaponizing it. I think to make it as the big surprise, I think it's a bit ridiculous. Secondly, everybody has mentioned that we are ready for everything. Also, Ms. von der Leyen and Mr. Borrell mentioned that we are ready for every scenario. Hopefully we are. But on the other hand, if you look at the facts, when Estonia just wanted to give some military help to Ukraine, who blocked it? German government. German government said, no, you will not give it. Because it was our military equipments on the 80s, on the Soviet time, part of the Eastern Germany, and we will not give it to Ukraine. So I really don't see this harmony inside of the EU. Of course, it's very, very clear fact that Russia is a threat. But I really don't think that we have to panic here. But we have to be ready for everything. That's also obvious. Also, like the previous speakers, when they tell that the war is senseless, it's pointless, of course. For us, it's pointless. But I think we take it too emotionally. We doesn't really think what's really Russia wants to have. Like, even if you look at the troops, 135,000 troops next to the Ukrainian border, of course, it's not enough to occupy all the Ukraine. It's not enough. Ukraine is a totally different country compared to what they were 8 years ago. They have made a really good progress on the right side. But 135,000 troops are very enough just to make some small actions in the eastern Ukraine. If you look what they are doing in the Russian parliament, they are now recognizing legally Donetsk and Luhansk as independent countries. It takes only a few days, maybe, when they're asking for the help, military help, because the Ukrainian government will maybe attack those independent countries. And these 135,000 troops are very enough for the small actions in the military. Thank you so much.
Danke.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vice President Zile.
Mr. Chairman, High Representative, Ukraine today has the Day of Unity. What is it about? It's about the Ukrainian people wanting to take a path of Western democracy, and their democratically elected government and president are leading them. But the Ukrainian government needs our support through this Day of Unity, because it might be that the Kremlin believes that the Ukraine should be freed from junta, as it's sometimes said unofficially. And this is the moment when we have to lend a hand to Ukrainians, and our declarations should clearly state that the doors to the European Union are open for Ukraine. Of course, it's not happening very quickly, but still these doors have to be open, and we should provide not only financially, but including also support with some weapons. Well, then the question about not irritating or annoying Russia. The Ukrainian president had a chance to visit this house this week, but I believe that somehow our extended hand to Ukraine is shaking, which is not good news for the Ukrainian people. And let's be realistic, in the midterm we should change our energy policy, and very soon. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Pineda.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We have flown extremely close to having the two major nuclear powers of the world entering into open conflict using Europe as its chessboard. And I speak in the past tense because the US and its military arm NATO have run out of arguments for the wars that they would like to start, but they've never really needed them, have they? The US continues to mount wars from a very far away from its national territory, and many European governments have acted irresponsibly, pouring fuel on the fire. NATO is using Europe, and specifically its borders with Russia, as a huge military base at the service of commercial, military, and geostrategic interests that are not of those of Europe. Mr. Borrell, we have many differences in opinion, but I still consider you a man of peace who seeks to resolve conflict through political means. So I ask you now to not allow the EU to become either the troops, the military base, or the chessboard for this war machine that is endangering the very existence of the planet. Thank you.
Danke, Herr Kollege Biaschai.
Thank you. We now go to Mr. Papadakis.
Ορατός κίνδυνος πολεμικής σύγκρουσης. We have the obvious danger of a war on the Ukrainian border. That thing has to do with the fight for energy between NATO, the US and Russia, but no side on this conflict is on the side of the peoples. Also, the EU may play the peace dove, but it has led in wars in Afghanistan, Syria and elsewhere. We now have a new American base in Alexandroupolis in Greece, where American and NATO troops are surrounding Russia, and it has been signed by the current and the previous Greek government, and that means danger for the Greek people. The people should also fight to drive all the foreign military bases out of Greece, do not sign a new agreement with the US, bring back our troops and stop the imperialist plans of the US and the EU. The people should come to power.
Danke. Bei uns zu Wort.
Thank you. Here in the room, Mr. Gahler.
It has now been an 8-year period that the world has witnessed a systematic, multifaceted Russian policy of invading, destabilizing and demonizing Ukraine. The reason is not that Ukraine was a military threat to Russia or that Russian speakers were discriminated. Such claims are wrong. Nor should we buy the argument that NATO membership was such threat. We know it is not our weapons, but it is the power of the values and the attractiveness of democratic societies that pose an existential threat to a repressive Russian state structure behind whose Potemkin facade anything goes. Yesterday, Putin left all options on the table. In the press conference of the German Chancellor, he continued his obvious lie that a genocide was ongoing in the Donbass. His interpretation of history deprives Ukrainians of all features of statehood, claiming it was one people, one empire, one language, one church. No, Mr. Putin, it is not. Let us now be prudent, and with the implementation of the Minsk Accord, let us not exert undue pressure on Ukraine in order to appease Russian claims. They cannot hand out hundreds of thousands of passports to the citizens of Lugansk and Donetsk and claim the recognition of these Russian Bantustans, and at the same time demand from Ukraine to grant a special status to this region. Ukrainians must stand together against the external threat, but they need also to put their internal divisions aside. Now it is not the time for nitty-gritty partisan infighting. Join forces and implement the ambitious reform agenda that will make you one day an irresistible European country that enjoys all perspectives of a common future. We stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Danke, Herr Kollege.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd now like to hand the floor to Mr. Tonino Picula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. High Representative, Mr. Commissioner. Our relations with Russia have been at a low point for a while. Most political challenges at our external borders have directly or indirectly Russia as a common denominator. The list of open issues is long: disinformation, hybrid threats, funding of anti-democratic forces in the EU and foreign interference. But today our primary focus should be Ukraine. After 8-year war with 14,000 victims, situation in and around Ukraine evolved into global threat. Russia is also actively undermining Ukraine's democratic and socio-economic development for years through political and economic means, as well as through disinformation. So what can we best help Ukraine in this crisis? Despite the lack of progress, there is no alternative to continued talks. Diplomacy is still the only credible way to avoid doomsday scenarios. Meanwhile, the European Union has to continue supporting Ukraine, building deterrence, boosting Ukraine's economy and defence, supporting reform processes as well. We also should work to increase the potential cost of Russian aggressions by introducing sanctions against individuals, banks and companies involved in plans to attack Ukraine. Halting Nord Stream 2 in a case of aggression would increase our leverage while doing all of the above. Ukraine is a sovereign country with internationally recognized borders that has a full right to decide on its geopolitical orientation. The ongoing crisis has shown once again that any local crisis in Europe can turn into a global threat with possible deteriorating consequences. This should be an urgent call for the EU to enhance our own ability to respond quickly and in a unified way. While awaiting much-needed comprehensive EU strategy towards Russia, we stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Danke vielmals.
Yes, thank you very much. Mrs. Nathalie Loiseau has the floor now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Dear Josep Borrell, Ukraine does not want a war, neither does Europe, nor does the United States, and I am deeply convinced that the Russian people also wish to have peace. So 130,000 Russian troops are amassed on the Ukraine borders, and we've seen military drills in Belarus, and we've seen lots of naval presence as well. Putin has said that he will withdraw some of his troops, but we have seen that new demands are being put forward, and Putin is denouncing an alleged genocide in Donbass, which only exists in his imagination. It's Putin and him alone that is willing to avail of force. There have been all sorts of diplomatic efforts, Mr. Macron, Mr. Scholz, and if anything happens, Putin will be the only person responsible for this. He will have to bear the consequences. He threatens Ukraine not because NATO is wishing to expand, but there's far more than that. Kiev is turning its back to Russia and looking towards Europe. And Ukraine does not want to go back to the Soviet Union. That's not its dream. It's dreaming of the European Union. Dear colleagues, we're the greatest hope for Ukraine, and I would like to solemnly plead to you that we do not disappoint Ukraine. Slava Ukraina.
Danke.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mrs. Heidi Hautala.
Arvoisa puhemies.
President, High Representative, despite the speeches we just heard that the EU has operated together, despite these speeches, I think it's clear for me that the EU is not acting with its whole weight. NATO is central to this crisis, and the EU is weakened by the fact that 6 member states are not NATO members. Some of these member states might still believe in neutrality, even though the facts do no longer speak for this. Some of these hope that the EU will become a defence union. This aspiration is not supported by the facts either. Therefore, colleagues, I think it's very important that NATO should invite all its member states that are not members to join. What Putin has already achieved is that in Finland, for example, there has been a clear shift towards NATO. And as you know, for years, Finland has been a close partner of NATO. It's necessary that in this situation we show unshakable support for Ukraine, its territorial integrity and sovereignty. We have to stand as one and show that we are serious in our counter-reactions, and sanctions must face Putin and his inner circle, and also include cooperation in gas and nuclear energy.
Danke. Madame Hélène Laporte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues.
Thank you, President, colleagues. Now, France hasn't made any progress diplomatically following President Macron's visit to Russia and Ukraine, and basically that leaves us on the back foot. Now, we must remember that the German Navy was dismissed because he had a different position on the subject. And how are we supposed to interpret the fact that there's been a call for people to evacuate the embassies in Ukraine? Now, if there were to be an invasion, the effect of surprise would have been helpful. Now, President Macron met with the Russian president, but then we saw that there were two different versions in terms of what happened during that, and then the spokesperson said that the statements were inexact. Now, if we look at what's happening, in the U.S., we can see that there is a distance between that there is an attempt to keep a distance between the U.S. and Russia. And on the one hand, we would like to turn off the faucet of Nord Stream 2, and on the other hand, we are buying gas from Qatar and Algeria that are not very well known for their democratic values. So, if we look at what is happening for the Kyiv, we're seeing that they're basically being given an IV of EU funds. Now, this urgency vote to give MFA to Ukraine to the tune of 1.2 billion is a perfect example of this. But that's not the only one. We have to remember also that there is 17 billion that was paid out in terms of grants and loans that will never be reimbursed, even though the Court of Auditors said that there was a misappropriation of funds used for corruption. And I'd like to conclude by stating that nobody would like to see a war in Europe. Thank you.
Thank
you. The next speaker is Mr. Waszczykowski.
Panie Przewodniczący.
President. Yes, thank you very much. For some time now, very many of us have been talking about sanctions on Russia for the blackmail against Ukraine and part of Europe. Unfortunately, following the visit of Chancellor Scholz to Moscow, I cease to believe that these sanctions will ever come into play. And then we have support for Ukraine, but we only seem to be sending expressions of political solidarity to Ukraine. But I'm glad that we have been talking about greater financial support for Ukraine. But I think the time has come for us to strengthen cooperation, further cooperation with Ukraine, and to help them build up their opportunities. We have to open up a path to Ukraine for accession in the European Union for Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. I think perhaps we could start off by looking at the Troy Morza, the three Baltic Sea City initiative, and also look at other opportunities, the agencies. And I think another step would be to link these countries to the single market, following the Swiss example, and then, of course, accession to the European Union according to the Copenhagen criteria. The economic success of Ukraine is necessary, and this has to be a possibility for them as an alternative to Russia, and obviously this would be good for Europe and Ukraine, and obviously Putin wouldn't like this at all, so we have to stop that for Russia. Mr. Mick Wallace.
We've had 3 months of this farce now, and the line between the real and the imaginary is blurred. The US and the UK have used our media to flood pages, screens and airwaves with a load of unsubstantiated fear-mongering and lies gleaned from unaccountable, anonymous sources in the intelligence community. This has reached such a pitch that when Ukraine begs the US and NATO to stop creating hysteria and to provide some proof for the supposedly imminent any day now Russian invasion, Ukraine is ignored by the forces that pretend to protect them. NATO's raison d'etre is protecting Western corporate interests and the interest of the military-industrial complex. But it looks like now they're also protecting the interest of US gas and oil. The warmongering of NATO and the US these past few months has done nothing for peace in Europe, and the role played by NATO think tanks like Atlantic Council was not good. People who want peace in Europe should be calling for NATO to be abolished.
Thank you. The next speaker is Milan Urik.
Milí progresívni protiruskí štváči.
Dear progressive anti-Russian warmongers, For several months, you've been talking about how Russia wants to attack Ukraine. For several months, liberal media write articles about Russia as a demon that is threatening the whole of Europe. And a couple of days ago, American President Biden published a prophecy that today the Russian Federation would attack Ukraine. What happened? Nothing. And I'll tell you, on behalf of more than half of the citizens of Slovakia, according to current statistics, we are up to here. And this is a message to all the American warmongers and their lackeys in Europe to pack the American army and leave Europe and not drag us into their conflicts and their wars. Europe wants peace. Please, what these provocations serve in Ukraine. Look at the Hungarian Prime Minister Orbán, how peacefully and constructively he negotiated in Moscow about the cooperation, about lower prices of energies. This is the way that the European Union should take cooperation rather than war.
Danke. Nun hat sich als nächster Redner.
The next speaker is Mr. Andrius Kubilius.
Dear colleagues, today we need to understand that Russia under Putin is a declining post-imperial power. Russia under Putin is a desperate, new sick man of Europe. Internally, Putin is afraid of Navalny. Externally, he is afraid of the example of success of democratic Ukraine. Authoritarian Russia under Putin is the biggest threat to security on our continent. Putin will not change himself. Threats to Ukraine will continue during the years to come, because this is the way how Kremlin aims to weaken Ukrainian economy. Future of democracy in Russia, not a dialogue with autocratic Putin, is a long-term goal for a new security architecture in Europe. Strong and able to defend itself, Ukraine will deter Kremlin aggression, since only the weakness of its opponents is provoking Putin for further threats and aggression. That is why the West must invest into political, military, economical success of Ukraine. EU integration is the only way to create such a success of democratic Ukraine. For that purpose, the EU should put forward for Ukraine a new process of accelerated integration at the beginning of integration into the EU single market. Such an integration strategy for Ukraine is the most effective long-term strategy how to deter Russia. European integration and Western unity is a unique European instrument to keep long-term peace on the European continent. Slava Ukraini!
Danke, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sven Mikser for 2 minutes, please.
President, colleagues, we have said always that we support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and inevitably the notion of sovereignty includes a country's right to choose its own alliances. Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations are fully legitimate, no threat to anyone, and their realization must be conditional only on Ukraine's performance, not a third country veto. Russia's massive military build-up on Ukraine's borders has brought our continent closer to a large-scale military conflict than at any time since the end of the Cold War. It's only natural that we want to de-escalate this situation, but we must act in a way that will really result in de-escalation. Appeasing the bully or conceding to her more territory or more control will not bring about sustainable de-escalation. In fact, it would only give the aggressor a signal that the intimidation tactic works. What we need is a strong collective deterrent posture by the community of democratic nations. Deterrence is not by nature escalatory. Its aim is to discourage the potential aggressor by changing her calculus, by delivering an unambiguous message that the cost of waging an act of aggression far outweighs any benefit it might be expected to bring. I do believe that President Putin is a rational player who will not rush into a conflict that is bound to bring him more pain than gain. A strong deterrent posture consists of two main parts. The first is a clear and united message to Russia that a new aggression will result in a decisive response from the international community. Inevitably, that response must include a package of crippling sanctions. The second part is bolstering Ukraine's ability to defend itself. Again, I want to stress that a more confident Ukraine with stronger defensive capabilities will reduce, not increase, the likelihood of a new aggression by Russia. We must be strong and united. It may appear to some that doing nothing is a peaceful act. In reality, nothing is further from the truth.
Danke, Herr Kollege.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bernard Guetta.
Monsieur le Haut Représentant.
High Representative, colleagues, let us accept our successes. Now let us accept that we are humiliated, but rather we should look at and understand our strength. We are united in lockstep in a way that we haven't been in a very long time between Europeans and the US, and we have really forced Mr. Putin to reflect. We raised the risk of sanctions and a direct discussion between Russia and China and the interests of Russia, and now the president has come back to discussing diplomacy and agreement. Mr. Putin, we are poised to discuss security, but let us not discuss your alleged concerns, but rather the massing of troops, as well as your denial to your neighbors to decide their own associations. Allow us to reassure your neighbors. Allow us to let them accept their freedom and avoid any threats or oppression as has taken place in Belarus. Now, Mr. Putin, we know that you have concerns, of course, but all we hope for is peace, stability, and cooperation amongst partners and allies. We must now consult and finalize our proposals that we will put to you, and we will be prepared. But peace, durable peace, must benefit our common continent. It is now, the ball is now in your court, Mr. Putin.
Danke. Zu Wort gemeldet hat.
Thank you. Mr. Lagodinsky.
Dear colleagues, the one positive thing about this week is that we are talking. But history will judge us only if we think beyond short term. Yes, in the short term, we have to overcome the current crisis, and talking and negotiating, especially the tough negotiations that we're experiencing, is a great, great step forward. But what about the midterm? How do we make sure that we have a sustainable solution and we do not allow Russia to repeat threatening posture vis-à-vis Ukraine and its other neighbors again and again and again? We must make clear that we can only return to business as usual if Russia will cease its propaganda crusade against Ukraine, its threats against Ukraine, and its lies against Ukraine, just as we heard the lie about an alleged genocide or discrimination of Russian speakers, which are not true. We have to do everything possible that the blackmail that we are experiencing will not be repeating itself. And yes, we must start thinking about how to develop the Minsk agreement beyond the mantra that we've been repeating so far, because we need a tool that is effective in the midterm. And in the long term, we will have to engage with Russia where we can, but we must disengage where we must. And we must disengage also in the energy area. That's why Nord Stream 2 is not part of sanctions. Nord Stream 2 is unacceptable no matter what. Thank you.
Danke.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd now like to hand the floor to Mr. Harold Wilimski.
Danke, Herr Präsident.
President, dear colleagues, discussing Ukraine and Russia, I think we ought to think back to 2003. 2003, when the then US President, Mr. Bush, and the Defense Minister, Mr. Powell, and Tony Blair, the UK Prime Minister, lied to the world and took us into the Iraq War. We should also think back to 2014, following Maidan, where Ukraine was newly ordered, as it were, and the son of the current president, Hunter Biden, was involved in Ukraine energy companies, and the US, Yarenko, received a different citizenship on either the same day, then became the finance minister in Ukraine. So, as you can see from all these convoluted goings on, then it's all about interests, and basically business interests. As an Austrian, I would like to add that I come from a country which is obliged to neutrality, and I like the Russians and Americans equally. And obviously what I want is to guarantee peace in the long term in Europe. But I don't think we in Europe should be turned into a ball which is being hit back between Russia and the United States. That's not good for Europe, for the continent, or the European Union. I think, in my opinion, what would be helpful is to solve this conflict without the participation of the states. Because what we've heard from the Biden administration is one provocation after another. Obviously, we don't want further expansion of the East on the part of NATO. And I think what I would suggest, this is my last word, is a tripolar conference between the Europeans, the Russians, and the Ukrainians, and then have this on a more permanent basis so that we don't become a kind of geopolitical ball of financial interests. The next speaker is Mrs. Anna Fotiga.
Thank you. Putin's Russia, supporting ethnic cleansing, then self-determination, using hybrid war, political corruption, and energy blackmail against the West, killing opponents on our territories. The aggressor always preempting non-existent strikes in its propaganda. We have to stay united and firm. I stand by Ukraine, they know it. I stand by people of Belarus and free Georgian society. The European Parliament should reiterate its long-standing position on Nord Stream 2, to hold it immediately, not in case, immediately, because it is the very bad project, and the message sent in this dangerous time to Russia may be very bad, with dilution of our position. Thank you.
Danke, ich bitte Herrn Mark.
Thank you. Mark Botenga, you have the floor, sir.
De-escalatie nodig in Oekraïne. En zoals altijd in de diplomatie betekent...
De-escalation is necessary in Ukraine. In diplomacy, this means speaking with unpleasant people. Michel says that hundreds of millions must be mobilized to bring Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence. The Greens, the left, have supported this, but they've forgotten the basic principles. Well, we must imagine what if hundreds of millions were to be mobilized by Russia to get Mexico, for example, in its sphere of influence. We must think about this sort of thing. Europe has understood that Austria, Finland, their neutrality was correct, but we've forgotten this lesson. Ukraine should be integrated into NATO, and this will lead to a conflict. We must negotiate. They shouldn't extend NATO. We should have a common peace structure in Europe.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miroslav Radakovsky.
Dear colleagues, it is the 16th of February
2022. There is no attack on Ukraine. We don't know what happens in the afternoon, though. Yesterday, on the 15th of February, the ambassador of Ukraine in the Parliament of Slovak Republic said, and I quote, "Ukraine has no information about any impending attack of Russia into Ukraine, as mentioned by the representatives of the US." And he continues, "Such statements of the US cost Ukraine $500 million US dollars every day. Maybe someone should send a note to our US partners that this information is never useful." The hatred between politicians is slowly trickling down into hatred between nations. A great son of the Polish nation, Pope John Paul II, on the 22nd of April 1990, when he visited Czechoslovakia at that time, said, and I quote, "Cold War is over. Nobody should feel the loser, nobody should feel a winner, because this division into winners and losers can only lead to a renewed hatred between East and West." John Paul II then says, "A healthy body breathes with both sides of the lung, left and right. If one side is sick, the whole body gets sick." And me, as a conservative politician, follow the great Polish son's words. I am for a diplomatic solution of these problems.
Thank you. I'd now like to hand the floor to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament, David McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many colleagues from different political groups have underlined this morning, the current tensions, the current escalating tensions and the threat of an unprecedented military aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine are indeed not only targeting Ukraine, but also threatening the rules-based international order and threatening Europe as a whole. And this is why we must stand together in this crucial moment. As European Parliament, we will not waver in our support of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Ukraine has a sovereign right to choose its international alliances freely. The Russian Federation must seize its military threat against Ukraine and immediately, as well as fully withdraw its forces and military equipment from the border of Ukraine. Any further military aggression against Ukraine would have massive and unprecedented consequences and severe costs in response, including restrictive measures coordinated with our international partners. It is on the Kremlin to de-escalate and to engage constructively through established mechanisms. The double track of diplomatic engagement and deterrence remains key to solving the current situation. A final remark, colleagues. Following Monday's vote to apply an urgent procedure, we are now, this noon, set to give the green light to an emergency €1.2 billion loan to Ukraine to cover its external financing needs in 2022. This demonstrates our solidarity and support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Cimoshevich.
President, honourable colleagues, regardless of how the current crisis ends that has been triggered by Russia's threat to invade Ukraine, it will be high time for us to draw the conclusions that from this further lesson. For several years, Russia has been carrying out a rather quarrelsome foreign policy, continuously surprising other countries, in particular Western countries, by their actions. And it's always they who take the action, the initiative, and we are left to react. And if we add to that the general opportunism dictated by financial and economic interests and the desire just to brush away problems, and if we season this mixture with a lack of knowledge of Russia and a naivety suggesting that you can always manage somehow to come to an understanding with them, then the end result is an ineffective policy which Russia treats with disdainful disregard. For the first time, the West's reaction has been announced to a possible aggression by Russia, including a threat which is really serious and costly sanctions which Putin cannot ignore when weighing up losses and gains. In my opinion, we should go further and credibly threaten the interests of the corrupt elite. Europe must also actively pursue independence from Russia's energy supplies. A country which violates international law, robs their neighbours of part of their territory, appeals to brutal armed force, corrupts parties and politicians in our countries, which wages an intensive campaign of lies in the digital sphere, cannot be regarded as a reliable and trusted partner. The security of our energy systems cannot depend on the whim of an autocratic leader in Russia. It's time for us to take the initiative for complex and joint action. Today, we are urgently helping Ukraine, and tomorrow we should give serious thought to how to eliminate the reasons and the cause of our helplessness in the face of the threats from our quarrelsome neighbour. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Voutmans.
Dear High Representative, dear colleagues, a lot has been said already, and for me it's very clear. If we want to become a real geopolitical player, we need to get our act together by making us less reliable on Russian gas supply, by building a shield against Russian attacks, and most importantly, by setting up a real European defence union. We have to believe in the power of Europe. But what really worries me, Mr. Borrell, is that Putin does not want to speak to Europe. He simply refuses, and that we allow him. Last week, President Macron was in Moscow. Yesterday, Chancellor Scholz was in Moscow. But actually, it should have been Europe at that long table. We would be much stronger if we talk to Russia, if you talk to Russia, Mr. Borrell, on behalf of Europe, with one voice. And I'm sure, Mr. Borrell, you agree with that. That is why I have 3 questions, Mr. Borrell. Have you been in contact with the leadership of Germany and France? Can you confirm they have presented Putin with a common EU front? And can you confirm they have not given Mr. Putin an inch? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Rope.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dear colleagues, the Kremlin is instigating military conflicts. They are instigating political murders. They are destroying the last remaining pieces of democracy in their own country. And they are manipulating gas prices, using that as a measure to pressure us. And they're also profiting a lot from the gas export. Putin wants to decide what will be the future of sovereign countries. I would like to ask a straight question. Why is this so? Is this because Europe is always trying to find its own way and not to anger Russia because it's dependent on Russia's resources? When will Europe have strategic autonomy? And when will Europe be able to fight aggressive regimes, not with words, but with actions? Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Kofod. Thank you, Madam President. Many speakers have already underlined the serious situation we're in, a situation where there's a risk that it can become worse. I would like to express my deep sympathy and support for Ukraine, because, of course, a country should always have the possibility to choose its own destiny, its own future, irrespective of what its neighbours think. And of course, this also applies to Ukraine. I think the most important thing for European security and defence is our alliance with the Americans and the British. It is our cooperation in NATO, which I would like to see prioritised. But that's up to our own countries to deal with that. Where would Europe have been if it hadn't been for the Americans and the British? This alliance is so terribly important in this situation, and more important than ever before. I also have to say that I'm amazed. In Germany, they have the idea that they can divide energy policy, split it off from other policies. They think that they can talk about energy on the one side and that it has no influence on security and foreign policy. Of course it has. Things are interlinked. And in particular now, where energy is so expensive, it has extreme importance when we're talking about becoming independent in the next few years. The US President has also pointed this out to the new German Chancellor, and I think there's a hope in Germany they will have a broader debate about Nord Stream 2, because as I see it, it's impossible to imagine that you can divide energy policy from defense policy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kofod. Now we go to Madrid and Mr. Terch.
Thank you very much, President. Weakness produces monsters, and European weakness, along with the weakness of the current U.S. administration, has invited Putin to show his worst side. We've seen the first chapter of this drama under Obama, when he let himself be trampled over, and all of his red lines trampled on in Syria and in what happened in Crimea. And so weakness produces monsters, and we have to stop Putin where he is. His threat is not just Ukraine, it's all of Europe and all of Western Europe, Poland, Lithuania, the Baltics, Bulgaria and Romania. We need to state to Putin that he cannot threaten countries that are internationally recognized, including one country that is currently occupied at this time, and that we cannot play with certain European favors. Nord Stream that needs to be suspended immediately.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Willumsen. The population in Ukraine deserve peace and freedom. The current Russian aggression, the annexation of the Crimea and the occupation of East Ukraine is totally unacceptable. Putin is exploiting the EU countries' dependence on Russian gas. If we want to detach ourselves from Putin, it's essential that we strengthen the green transition and make ourselves independent of fossil fuels. That can't go quick enough. With Nord Stream 2, the EU paradoxically is increasing its dependence on Russian gas, and at the same time, with the military build-up, this could go terribly wrong. We owe the Ukrainian people to do all we can to avoid war. Let us strengthen the diplomatic efforts. Let us stop this headlong armament. Mr. Borrell, let's put Putin and the oligarchs in their place and stop Nord Stream 2 once and for all. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Gyungyosi.
Thank you, Chair. In Yalta, exactly 77 years ago, superpowers divided Europe for half a century, ushered in the era of Cold War, and shoved Central Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain against its will. Once again, Russia is aiming to divide our continent by extending its sphere of influence. Putin is reviving the Brezhnev doctrine and the Cold War rhetoric. Mr. Borrell, you mentioned exemplary unity and solidarity within the EU. While we have Viktor Orban acting as a fifth column within our community, echoing Moscow's position, blocking NATO initiatives, downplaying the impact of sanctions, betraying not only its allies, but over 100,000 Hungarians living in Ukraine's Zakarpattia. I was happy to hear Mr. Legutko, speaker for ECR, to recount the European collaborators of Moscow. Representatives of PiS, the Polish ruling party, could help the EU by influencing their key ally in Hungary, Viktor Orban. They are our best hope, at least in this regard, until the Hungarian elections on the 3rd of April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Sikorski.
Madam President, colleagues, we tried to integrate post-Soviet Russia into our community. We admitted Russia into the Council of Europe. We signed Partnership and Cooperation Agreement. We were ready to sign Partnership and Cooperation Agreement 2, which would have been an association agreement in all but name. But Mr. Putin has gone the way of conquest. And that, of course, has to be countered. I welcome the words of the President of the European Commission that we need to become more independent in the energy sphere. European defense is one thing, but what we really need is a gas union. Just as the Commission buys uranium on behalf of member states and then distributes it among member states, we could be using the power of monopsony, of being the largest customer for Russian gas. I call on Germany to overcome the selfish logic of Nord Stream 2 and to become the leader of the gas union. This would be good for the environment, good for the European economy, good for member states. We would all get gas cheaper, and good for our standing with Mr. Putin. He will not change his mind thanks to partnerships between cities. It's not a language he understands. He will change his behavior if we confront him with actions, not just words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Olekas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, once again we're discussing a crisis in the center of Europe created by Russia and trying our best to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Once again we see a flow of European and world leaders to meet the biggest European bully, and we are clapping our hands with the relief if he decides to move echelons of his soldiers a few hundred kilometers from the Ukrainian borders. Of course, we should use all our diplomatic means to achieve the peaceful ending of the current crisis. I believe we can achieve this only by being united in our response. We should push even more for a common approach to any security crisis. For this reason, we have to ask governments of our member states to dedicate adequate attention and financial resources to the defense sector. We also have to free ourselves from the big dependency on the one big supplier in any areas of our life, including energy. For that reason, I welcome the efforts of EU diversification of energy supply. As a European security system cannot be decided in the corridors of Kremlin, the same way the patch of Ukrainian cannot be decided in Kremlin too. Ukraine's future should depend on the choice of its people. But the EU has the right and the moral obligation to stress again that Ukraine has a place among European family, and Europe will help Ukraine in these difficult times in all possible means, financially, in expertise, and with defense military equipment. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Asmani.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President, dear High Representative, Mr. Borrell, and also dear Vice President, Commissioner, Mr. Shinas, and dear colleagues. We have all witnessed the escalating pressure on Ukraine, and Putin is without doubt playing a very dangerous game of brinkmanship. What is he really trying to achieve? Well, nobody knows besides Putin himself. And what we do know is that putting a gun to Ukraine's head is no way to preserve peace in Europe or to enhance Russia's security. One misstep, one mistake, and Putin could unleash a devastating conflict that jeopardizes our collective safety and stability. That is why the EU needs to support Ukraine in any way we can. Complete the list of severe sanctions. Increase financial support for Ukraine, but we will. And enhance the defensive capabilities of the Ukraine. I commend High Representative Borrell for his hard work in coordinating also with our transatlantic partners. And I call on our member states to maintain our unity and to stand firm if we want to prevent a new war in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. I must remind you about the importance to stick to your speaking time because we have, understandably, a very long list of speakers still ahead of us. Excuse me? Ja seuraava puhuja on...
The next speaker.
Seuraava puhuja...
The next speaker is Ms. Gregorova, speaking from Prague. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, we meet in this plenary on a day that many have speculated over the past week Russia would invade Ukraine. Both those people that have experienced war and those who would like to do without that experience feel their throats tighten at the prospect. If we look at the list of security threats over the past few years, we would search in vain for incidents that were not acts of aggression by Russian Federation. Think Georgia, think Ukraine. Spying scandals, assassination on European soil, or disinformation campaigns, all these show Kremlin's handwriting. Whichever way the current tension turns, it is important to remember that Russia has long been at war with European countries, just using non-traditional methods, and Russia is winning. It is succeeding in dividing. What remains is to rule. We must unite and focus on both the short-term threats and the long-term consequences of the Kremlin's actions. Otherwise, we will lose without a fight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Zimniok. Madam President, colleagues, the situation on the Russian border with Ukraine is worrying and very untransparent. Whether the partial withdrawal of Russian troops will lead to a durable détente is unclear. The situation to improve this, we need several steps. We need a guarantee by Ukraine that they will not accede to NATO. The Sean Mearsheim of the US said no major power would like to have another major power as its neighbor. Let's just imagine Canada would have an alliance with Russia. The US would be delighted about that. The facts show NATO has been moving for decades towards Russia and not the other way around. A unilateral demonization of Russia should be rejected. The existing sanctions should be rolled back and to remove this unnecessary tension. Ukraine should be a neutral state to have relations with Moscow and Washington without being on any particular side and to avoid any conflict between the two powers. Of course, Russia must be aware of one thing. The Visegrad states, the Baltic states, or our Polish friends, if there were Russian aggression or threat, we would be definitely on we will be all together, and let's be all clear, a war must be avoided at all costs. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Szydło.
Yes, thank you, President. Dear colleagues, Russia lies closer to the European Union than I think those of us can recall, politicians and those of us in this particular House. And Russia is a dictator. He uses the weaknesses and the naivety of us and the lack of courage against him. And I don't think there should be any illusions that by saying that we won't allow Nord Stream 2 to start, that will have any kind of consequence. I think we have to show solidarity, we have to be united, and we have to be unambiguous in our decisions. Today we have to support Ukraine, and we should not forget either that the policy of the European Union vis-à-vis Russia should be decisive and unambiguous. That's what Europe needs today, and that's what Ukraine needs today. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Georgiou.
Hyvä.
Dear Chair, Commissioner, CIA said that there would be a war today. No war happened. Do some people need the war, want the war? There's a lot of money in the sales of natural gas. The US is talking about aggressiveness when they themselves spent $800 billion for their military. They have 800 bases abroad and thousands of soldiers in Europe. Ms. von der Leyen is threatening with sanctions, but who is going to pay the cost? It will be the European peoples, and the EU is just the tail end of NATO that is simply watching what is happening in our backyard. President Macron and Chancellor Scholz said it. If Russia is not safe, the European Union will not be safe either. So history commands that Europe should stand on the side of peace. We need a diplomatic solution right now, which will mean that NATO will not expand eastwards, and at the same time the Russian troops will fall back. We need to give peace a chance. Thank you.
Kiitos, kollega.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Muresan.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, let us be clear what a military aggression by Russia against Ukraine means. It means the instant international isolation of the Russian Federation. It means political isolation. It means economic isolation for the Russian Federation. And we all know that isolation brings poverty. It means poverty for the people of Russia. For 20 years, the ruling of Mr. Putin has let the people of Russia down. Today, the average salary in Russia is smaller than the average salary in any of the 27 member states of the Union. Today, life expectancy in Russia is shorter than life expectancy in any of the 27 member states of the Union, and media in Russia is much less free than media in the European Union. People in Russia today are living in worse conditions than the people of the European Union. This is the truth. It needs to be told. And an aggression will mean an immediate worsening of the living conditions in Russia. People will be poorer very soon. We do not want this to happen, but this is what will inevitably happen if Russia invades Ukraine. Colleagues, we also need to find ways to talk to the citizens of Russia. We need a plan, and this belongs into the strategic compass of the European Union, on telling the people of Russia why democracy, why freedom of the press, why rule of law are good for them, and why peace is the first condition for prosperity. And for us, dear colleagues, defending Ukraine means defending ourselves. We can only live in safety inside the borders of the European Union if we are surrounded by safe neighbors. We can only be safe within the borders of the EU if Ukraine is safe. Defending Ukraine means defending Europe and defending the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Shida. Thank you very much, Madam President, Vice President, colleagues. As often said, the situation is serious. The risk of war in Eastern Europe is real and present, more so than ever for a long time. A lot has been said about the background and all the links. Yes, Russia is responsible for this escalation. Therefore, our European decisiveness when it comes to calling on Russia to withdraw its troops. Our most important objective, I think, this has been underlined, is to avoid war. Dialogue and de-escalation is our most important goal. We want peace throughout Europe. People in Ukraine, rightly, want to have a life in peace, but also people in Russia want to live in democracy and want to be rid of this military risk. All actors must get out of this spiral of violence. We want dialogue and diplomacy, but we must all prepared for sanctions if this situation deteriorates.
Kiitos, kollega.
Thank you, Mr. Schieder. Next speaker is Frederick Ries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Vladimir Putin is apparently suffering both a cold and warm. We thought that we were going to have an invasion this morning. It seems that it's the opposite now, and we've heard that there's been a partial withdrawal of troops. I think we need to cautiously look to this and hope for this de-escalation. Now, we know that Putin is placing the timing and the tempo on all of this for weeks. I just have 1 minute, so I have to move very quickly through this. So the European Union must be resolute in the name of all and set its package of sanctions and advance on that common defense. We must also, first and foremost, show the unwavering solidarity to the Ukrainian people that is paying a very high price for its freedom. I remember very well, Mr. High Representative, as if it were yesterday, Viktor Yushchenko was here in the hemicycle, and it was orange across the hemicycle here. You were at the President of the European Parliament at that time. It was in 2005, and I'd like to just quote him: "The borders of Europe and freedom go all the way to Kiev." And now that was 18 years ago that Europe was feeling all of this. And I am concluding, President. We must keep in mind that it is our DNA, our peace that is at stake here. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, kollega.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Jakob Dalunde. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Regardless of how this current situation in Ukraine will end, we have to deal with Russian aggression and take it seriously. The fact that Russia is using the threat of violence as a diplomatic tool is completely unacceptable, regardless of to what extent they actually implement that threat. Russia is undermining international law and the European security order. Even if this threat is now aimed at Ukraine, and that's being used for leverage, it is a tool that will be used by Russia against all of Russia's enemies. Putin's always tried to split the EU. It often has the opposite effect, in fact. It brings EU countries closer together and creates unity in terms of security policy. And that is the way to go to counter Putin's claim for power. European solidarity with the Ukrainian people and their right to self-determination and their resolve is also the path forward for Europe. Common sanctions against Russia and measures to support Ukraine will be decisive. I reiterate, a threat of violence is a serious violation of the world order, regardless of the extent to which that threat is actually carried out. If your neighbour comes over to you and waves a pistol at you and threatens you, that is a crime, regardless if that pistol is actually shot or not. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega Dalunde.
Thank you, Mr. Dalunde. I do not see Philippe de Man in the hemicycle. He is not present. Therefore, I give the floor to Angel Zambaski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, allow me to quote, "No treaty with Russia is worth the paper that it's written on. Don't expect to have any benefits from dealing with Russia, and that's why it's worth it to play with the Russians only honestly, but or not play at all." I will give you a homework to find out who this quote is from. In Budapest, there was a treaty for the nuclear weapons. At that time, Ukraine was the third country, and Russia was a side to this treaty. Why do things unfold this way? Because European leadership is not skilled enough, is not intelligent enough, and European leaders would go separately and they don't know how to develop a unified position. Some of them talk about energy independence, the others are building pipelines. This is not going to happen, my dear colleagues, and I'm saying this with all the gravity that this entails. What we need to know is, Mr. Borrell, you're talking about unity. What unity, Mr. Borrell? Each and every European leader is going separately. Some people are saying here quietly, just to be part of the speakers list, Ukraine needs serious partnership, serious support, economy, not just empty words, not just declarations and games. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zambaski. The next speaker is Emmanuel Morel.
We all want to prevent things from getting worse. We want to stop this surge forwards, which is going to endanger European security. We know that even a limited attack versus or against Ukraine would justify a very strong reaction on the part of Europe. We should all agree to say that among all the superpowers who are just putting oil on the fire, there isn't just Russia, but of course that's a difficult point to make. So we have to act to avoid this disaster. We don't want Ukraine to be destabilized or endangered, which means that we have to implement the Minsk agreements as France and Germany have been asking for in the Normandy format context. But unfortunately, we have to say that for the time being, Ukraine is not a member of NATO. We can see that this could lead to war, and to ignore that by simply just disregarding the arguments of Russia would not be a very responsible attitude. Could I reiterate the fact that, contrary to the United States, Russia is going to remain on the European continent. And as Chancellor Scholz was saying, and President Macron, there's no European security if there's no Russian security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morel. And the next speaker is Esteban González Pons.
For years, we have tried to avoid any kind of conflict with Moscow, but we can't anymore. This is not the time for speculations or cheap political talk. Putin has made his intentions clear to Ukraine, to Europe, and to the world. He says that diplomatic options are still on the table, but his troops are prepared for the invasion of an independent nation. Negotiating with tanks, with a gun on our heads, it's not negotiating, it is blackmailing. Make no mistake, the target is Ukraine, but we, the European Union, we are the goal. The threat is there, it is now, and it is a real one. The only question that we have to answer is, what are we going to do about it? Do we stand down? Are we going to be prisoners of a dictator? Or do we unite, put our political difference aside, and stand together against this act of aggression? Rather than being afraid, let's hold our heads high and make him understand he will never divide us. Last, I don't want to forget that yesterday a new trial began against Alexei Navalny. Please remember that today, more than ever, Navalny represents Russia's hope. Let's not condemn Russia to suffer a dictatorship forever.
Kiitos edustaja González Pons.
Thank you, Mr. González Pons. The next speaker is Isabel Santos.
Os sinais parecem anunciar desanuviamento da tensão.
Thank you very much. The signs of tension between Russia and Ukraine are quite palpable, but we shouldn't allow ourselves to be led to a conclusion that we don't have any time left to deal with these threats and our future. Our security should not be defined by Moscow and Washington. We need to have it in our own hands. Nothing has been lost yet when it comes to diplomacy. You can only build peace, however, if you're prepared to show solidarity in responding to the threat of war. In rhetorical terms, we have to keep within our limits. We should remain calm. The values set out in the Helsinki Final Act are clear and they cannot be ignored.
Ja nyt sitten...
Thank you, Ms. Santos. The next speaker is Urmas Paet.
For years, Russia has been keeping their military in Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova against the will of the governments of those countries, thereby impeding the normal development of these countries. Also, in the current situation, where Russia has surrounded Ukraine with its military, carries a purpose that Ukraine itself should not be able to decide on its future. Russia's goal is to get Ukraine into its sphere of influence. It wants Ukraine to give up its path towards the EU and NATO. So far, Ukraine has managed to endure despite the huge pressure. Democratic Western countries should not make things more difficult for Ukraine. This means that we must remain with the Ukrainians by supporting them every way we can. It means also physical presence in Ukraine. Above all, we must maintain a strong and visible diplomatic presence in Ukraine. The continuous and high-level presence of democracies in Kiev and in other parts of Ukraine is of essence, especially these days. Thank you.
Kiitos, kollega Paet.
Thank you, Mr. Paet. The next speaker is Grace O'Sullivan, who's speaking from Dublin. You have the floor.
Ukraine, a word ironically originating from the Slavic word for borderland. As tensions rise along its borders with Russia, activities close to Ukraine's border with Belarus are an ominous reminder we are, all of us, citizens of a world where the threat of nuclear knows no borders. Footage aired last week showing the chilling sight of Ukrainian military undertaking ammunition training in Pripyat, a now abandoned city in Ukraine, once home to workers of the Chernobyl nuclear plant, just 1 kilometre from the border with Belarus. Troops crept around empty apartments, an abandoned library, a long, quiet school playground, all in sight of Chernobyl, scene of the world's worst nuclear accident, where today huge tanks store radioactive waste in the aftermath of that ongoing tragedy. There is no safe way to store nuclear waste, and disturbing those dumps could have catastrophic impacts on humankind and the environment that crosses multiple borders with the message, when it's too late, that peace must always be the ultimate goal.
Paljon kiitos, kollega O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Ms. O'Sullivan. The next speaker is Zdzislaw Krasnodębski. You have the floor.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Will they enter or will they not enter? We asked the question in 1981 and 1956 in Poland. When they entered in 1920 and 1930, they murdered us and stifled freedom. This time they didn't enter, but for how long? Unfortunately, the Union has ignored the threat from Russia, irrespective of what happened in Georgia and elsewhere. The Germans, under Angela Merkel, a great European, invested in Nord Stream 2. Well, now Germany, France, and the Union base its policy on the real knowledge about Russia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krasnodebski. And the next speaker is Paulo Rangel.
Vice-Presidente Borrell, Vice President Sinas, caros colegas, é de registro.
Dear colleagues, it should be pointed out that the groups which really defend the self-determination and the sovereignty of states are those who are the ones which should be defending Ukraine at the moment. But just look at the situation in Donbass, look at Crimea. There's also a tension in Transnistria, in Georgia. The European Union and NATO cannot fail, nor can the United States, nor Canada. We cannot forget about the population. The population should be free of corruption. It should be a country which should be able to enjoy a market economy. Russia must understand that it cannot impose or dispose of the will of a sovereign and free people such as the Ukrainians. So it is fundamental that NATO, from Vilnius to Vancouver, from Tallinn to San Francisco, we should all defend the freedom of peoples and European people in particular. Stronger people do what they want, and the weaker have to submit. But Ukraine and Europe are not weak, and we are strong because we're united against dictators. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. The next speaker is Raphael Glucksmann.
Colleagues, the end of 2013, a philosophy student was one of the first to go down to the streets with a European flag in her hands to launch the revolution. She was 25 years old, Andrea. I saw her in 2014 with trying to face off the bullets of snipers, wanting to be free, aspiring to join the family of European democracies. This is the only crime that Alina Drandi committed, and the only crime of the Ukrainian people. This is why Crimea was annexed and the Donbass occupied. This is why 130,000 Russian soldiers are currently amassed on the borders and threatening to turn our continent to war, because a European nation wants to live freely in Europe. We often fight among ourselves, among democracies, but look at the Ukrainian youth and look at the understanding, the value of this union that we are gradually trying to build. Today, it is in Kiev that you can best understand what it means to be European.
Thank you, Mr. Glucksmann. The next speaker is Vice President Michel Simečka.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Nobody knows today how the current crisis will end up, but what we know for sure is that it will determine the future of our whole continent. If it becomes a norm again in Europe that strong states can do whatever they wish, that they can stamp out the weaker, smaller countries and then decide on their destiny,
take away the freedom, sovereignty, then we all have a problem, especially the smaller countries on the eastern border of the EU. As a politician from Slovakia, therefore, I consider it crucial for the EU to be united and to act resolutely. In dialogue with Moscow, we need to show political and financial support to Ukraine and also prepare strong retaliatory sanctions. We will not thus defend only Ukraine, but also a higher principle, and that is that even smaller states have a right to respect sovereignty and security. Thanks to the EU, we no longer live in a jungle today where the strong can do anything they want and the weaker ones have to endure everything. If we leave Ukraine left to their devices today, we will end up in this jungle again. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Šimečka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Šimečka. The next speaker is Ville Niinistö.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
Madam President, Russia has been proceeding on a road where they seek power by aggressive foreign policy. Russia has not been able to increase its citizens' well-being or improve the economy. This power policy is unpredictable. It is a result of weakness. Russia threatens the stability in Europe and in Ukraine, but no other country threatens Russia. Russia has itself invaded Crimea. We have to make it clear to the Russians that they cannot go on this road. They have to support or respect the sovereignty of other countries. We cannot only just react. We also have to have a new direction in security. We cannot just respond to letters. We have to take initiative ourselves. Otherwise, Russia will continue the divide and rule policy, and we cannot accept this.
Niinistö. Seuraavaksi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niinistö. The next speaker is Charlie Weimers.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Is the EU going to send tanks, or are they going to send blankets to Ukraine? Weapons, or millions of euros that could just disappear? The EU Commission should not be spending more than they have and use that budgetary approach. I would vote against any budgetary support to any areas that are not well administered, either within or out with the EU. Another 12 billion of EU money is going to Ukraine, and it can disappear quite simply because it is not earmarked and can be used for whatever means possible. Surely the alarm bell should be ringing here. There should be military support, peace support, and hit Russia hard with sanctions if they invade. My own country, Sweden, is providing defence material, but the Social Democrats are against that. The way of dealing with taxpayers' money and a false degree of solidarity with the Ukrainian people is what's happening. Brits were sending money to, Brits were sending military support to Ukraine, but the Germans weren't.
Ja.
Thank you, Mr. Weimers. The next speaker is Andrzej Halicki.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this debate is not only about Ukraine's defense. It is a debate about our future, the defense of Europe, including my country, Poland. Because what is Putin afraid of? He is afraid of a good example that comes from our member states. That he is afraid that the Ukrainians might choose democracy, civic rights, and fast development and defense guaranteed by NATO. Our duty in Strasbourg and Brussels is to tell Putin clearly that Ukraine has the right to choose its future in Europe, and we must help Ukrainians. Solidarity with Ukraine in our interest, in the interest of our security and future. Putin is afraid of all that because he's afraid that this a good example might undermine his position in Russia. Democratic forces in Russia are growing in strength. Therefore, we need to remember about the Democrats in Russia. Free Alexei Navalny. It's our duty.
Kiitos, kollega Halicki.
Thank you, Mr. Halicki. The next speaker is Dietmar Köster. You have the floor.
The most important thing now is to maintain peace in Europe. Yesterday, important steps were taken and announced to achieve de-escalation. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz contributed to this to make sure that he rejected the delivery of weapons to Ukraine and kept the channels of communication with Russia open. Yes, the build-up of Russian troops on the border constitutes a threat and has led to this tense situation. I hope that Moscow will follow through on its promises to withdraw. But we need to have an important strategic autonomous security setup in Europe. And to do that, we have to take Russia seriously without splitting it. And if Russia feels threatened by NATO expansion, we need to talk about it. We need to negotiate that. We have to have a security conference in Europe to deal with this. Security in Europe cannot exist without Russia. And that is the cost of the peace, order of peace in Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Köster. The next speaker is Ilhan Kyuchuk.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, Ukraine is Europe, and Ukrainian security is a European security. Mr. Borrell, unity among member states is the most important for us. But we cannot have unity if we have Orban going and negotiating along with Putin. Common action within NATO and full support to Ukrainians' independence, territorial integrity, and strategic choices of the country should be supported by us. This is the only way to answer to the unprecedented military aggression that country is facing recently by the Russian Federation. At the same time, we need to continue providing political support, economic help and assistance to Ukraine, including in defense and security-related areas, and to develop a long-term strategy. This requires Europe to formulate a geopolitical answer because this crisis also is a lesson for us, and it could dramatically change the way Europeans think about their own security.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you, Mr. Kyuchuk. I will now give the floor to Reinhard Bütikofer, who is speaking from Berlin. You have the floor.
President, colleagues, the fact that we Europeans must be showing solidarity with Ukraine has been rightly emphasized by most speakers. Only the extremists from the right and left make themselves instruments of Russian neo-imperialism. The rejection of a new intervention in Ukraine is not enough. Putin is also wanting to revise the stability order in Europe, so our response must cover all aspects of this policy and counter it. Russian recognition of the so-called People's Republics in the Donbass must be followed by tough sanctions. We should not allow Western greed to be exploited by Putin. So we should stop Nord Stream 2 and we should finally take a tough stance on Russian corruption and money laundering in the EU.
Kiitokset, kollega Bütikofer.
Thank you, colleague Bütikofer. The next speaker is Riho Terras.
Madam Vice President, colleagues, there is no need to remind you the severity of the ongoing crisis. Putin's Russia is working according to the plan, a strategic plan that has no less a goal than challenging the West and changing Europe's Europe's security architecture. Building up military presence and tighten the noose around Ukraine day by day is not just a military drill. It is Russia getting ready to attack one of its neighbours. The war in Ukraine has been ongoing already for 8 years. The strategic end state Putin has in mind has not been delivered yet. Ukraine has not collapsed, and there is no puppet regime in Kiev to follow the master's orders. Putin's attempt to correct this mistake he made can take place any moment. Don't let yourself be deceived by the dislocation of troops. Moving units back and forth is what you do when you prepare for attack. Russia is not de-escalating. They are escalating by adding pressure with cyber attacks. The West should not leave Ukraine. Diplomats and media should stay in place. Politicians should visit Ukraine daily. This is what Ukraine needs now, in addition to material support from the friends and partners. And last but not least, EU must reaffirm strongly and openly that Ukraine has the perspective to join the Union one day. Slava Ukraini!
Kiitos, edustaja Teras. Seuraava puhuja.
Thank you, Mr. Teras. The next speaker is Thijs Reuten.
Thank you, Madam President, Commission, Mr. High Representative. Yesterday, we debated the CFSP and the CSDP here, and I commend you, Mr. High Representative, for your tireless efforts in trying to bring about unity, and with success. But I expect more from the Council, peer pressuring member states, deliberately jeopardizing this very unity for internal political reasons or with misconceptions of history. We must stand foursquare behind the free and independent people of Ukraine, through diplomacy, through the provision of defensive aid and through hard cash, because this is also about us, about our values, about upholding international law. And it must be crystal clear ahead of any further aggression, how high the price will be. Freezing assets, stop freedom of movement for everyone related to the regime, banning Russia from SWIFT and halt Nord Stream 2. My message to the Russian people, who are not our enemy, do not let Mr. Putin drag you into a senseless war. And to the people of Ukraine, long live a democratic Ukraine. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega Reuten.
Thank you, colleague Reuten. The next speaker is Dragos Tudorache. You have the floor.
Dragi colegi,
dear colleagues, I would like to join those of us who supported us showing solidarity to Ukraine and its people against Putin. But Putin has always been there. He has already been testing for years our capacity to intervene. It has done that for years. It has shown support for dictators like Bashar al-Assad. What are we ready to do? I think that it's high time we actually had a common security policy. We already accepted a qualified majority in the decision-making process. I believe that we should decouple ourselves for our strategic dependencies that can be used against us: energy, natural resources, strategic and advanced technologies, especially when our dependencies are on undemocratic states. We should have concrete resources and concrete engagement in the region of the Black Sea, which is a strategic region for us when it comes to energy and security. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega Tudorache.
Thank you, colleague Tudorache. The next speaker is Munir Saturi.
Pour le dissuader d'engager.
Now, we have to try to deter Russia from a bloody war. We're faced with a nationalist, somebody who's prepared to sacrifice human life, and we cannot give in at all. Now, I condemn those who are complacent and who turn a blind eye to the violation on the part of Russia of human rights. This is such an important moment for Ukraine and the Ukrainians, but it's also important for the security of the European Union, and I expect member states to be exemplary in their consistence. They must all be in favor of sanctions. They must say out loud that operations such as Nord Stream 2 will be suspended immediately if Russia takes to weapons. A stronger and more united Europe is the answer to this crisis. The expansion of NATO, which is too polarizing, is not able to solve this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Saturi. The next speaker is Antonio Lopez Isturiz White, who is speaking from Madrid.
Thank you, President, and welcome to Vice President Ginás. We should be clear that this is a fight for the survival of our way of life, our democracy. That's what is at stake. Putin's objective, like the objective of many other dictators and apprentice dictatorships, is not to have democracy extend to their country. For that, they use all possible weapons. Threats to Ukrainian territory are not just a warning. Based on an alliance of security, which we are, and our commitments to NATO, above everything we should defend our democratic values, not just in Ukraine, but also in Belarus, in Venezuela, and in Russia itself, supporting those who fight for democracy, such as Alexei Navalny. My friends on the left say that they know very well that Putin's Russia is not the Soviet system people long for. Maduro is not a socialist, and the Chinese Communist Party is not communist. These are corrupt regimes full of oligarchs who defend their economic interests, and they are impermeable to democracy. Under this initial premise, the European Union should live up to the circumstances and respond firmly to what is happening in Ukraine. We should practice the values we talk about so much. We should forget about the hope of global. If we forget about this hope for democracy, there was a hope in the 90s. Now we're into a new Cold War. Democracy is turning into autocracies. We cannot drop our guard. And especially we must focus on the economy, which is our most powerful tool. We must have clear sanctions prepared and directed to deal with this kind of threat to our democratic system. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Lopez Isturiz White. And the next speaker is Evin Insir.
We are in the worst security situation that we've seen for several decades. Russian troops, tanks and missiles have encircled Ukraine, and that country needs our help. The sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine is important for us, for Europe, whether our people, our children, and our right to decide to act under the rule of law. We have to make sure that we are not allowing Russia to dictate, because the threats to Ukraine are threats to the whole of Europe and the rest of the world. To have sustainable peace and security, we have to make sure that all parts of the population are brought on board. My question to the High Representative and Vice President then is, how do we ensure that we live up to our commitments to include young people and women in the peace processes pursuant to 1325 and other UN Security Council regulation? Because all I've seen to date is men, men and more men.
Thank you, Ms. Insir. The next speaker is José Ramón Bauza Díaz. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We still don't know for sure what will happen in Ukraine over the coming hours, but one thing is clear, and that is that Europeans have now been thinking for 30 years that war in Europe was impossible, and we've woken up from that. Unfortunately, the possibility is very real. And it's not just Ukraine and NATO that is at stake. It's also about the EU and the values that we represent, principles that are also shared by our partners in Ukraine and our North American allies. Along those lines, these values that Putin counters, that he has declared war on for many years, also have enemies within the EU itself. Yesterday, the communist members in Podemos, who are part of the Spanish government, decided to vote against the economic support that Europe wants to give to Ukraine. Communism is still being supported by some parties in Spain, but then bringing totalitarianism to Europe, that is complicity with Putin at a time when democracy really needs support. And finally, let me also say to Mr. Borrell that for people like Putin, you have to face up to them. I think this is what you will want to do, and you'll always have us standing by you. Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja Balza.
Thank you, Mr. Bauza-Diaz. The next speaker is Tatiana Zdanoga.
I could not imagine up to today that the Nazi slogan of Nazi collaborator Stepan Bandera will be pronounced from this tribune for many times and echoed in the hemicycle. We are living in the time of information wars, and one of the instruments is, of course, slogan. One of the instruments is disinformation. And the example we are giving now, having just this title of the debate, Russia's military threat against Ukraine, it is not proved. It was repeated that today even mentioned that Ukrainian diplomats are denying elsewhere in the European Union this because it's damaging Ukraine. I will speak about facts registered by the United Nations, OSCE, other bodies. These are children killed in Donbass. During these 8 years, 152 children were killed and 146 injured. The latest case is the case of Slavik Dmitriev, the boy, 4 years boy, killed by drone on.
Colleague, our rules prevent this kind of. Excuse me, colleague. I am obliged to tell you that according to the rules of procedure, this is not allowed. I'm very sorry. So your time is out.
And his parents asked to tell, stop killing Donbas children.
You have to do this outside the plenary. Thank you. Kiitos. Seuraavaksi annan puheenvuoron edustaja.
The next speaker is Traian Băsescu. Mr. Băsescu, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, High Representative, Commissioner, Kremlin wants to negotiate with NATO and the US to put in place a new security architecture by establishing the USSR zones, areas of influence, shows that Russia negates the right to sovereignty of independent states to decide on their own alliances and their own security. The long list of compromises that we've shown Russia for business from some EU companies, but also for the supply of gas at preferential prices, have given money to this army that now threatens the peace of European countries. So this business as usual that we all love is now hampering the security of Ukraine, of the Baltic countries, of Poland, of Romania and Bulgaria. These days, the US and the UK reacted swiftly, giving military help to Ukraine and the eastern flank. NATO is the only shield of security that we have, at least for now. Security solutions in Europe are speeding up the independence, the process of energetic independence from Russia, discouraging Russia in military terms, and putting an end to political compromises in favor of Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague Băsescu. The next speaker is Robert Biedron. You have the floor.
Jesteśmy drugą demokracją.
We are the second largest democracy in the world, it is a great responsibility to support democracy across the world as well as peace across the world. It is yet another debate that shows that peace cannot be guaranteed. It is another lesson that we could have prepared better. It is another crisis provoked by Russia because Russia wants Ukraine and Belarus, and those two countries want freedom. And therefore, we need to provide tangible support. And we need to have a conference on the future of Belarus. We need support for Ukraine. And we, in particular, need a plan for both Belarus and Ukraine. We also have to do away with unanimity in foreign policy. We have 27 ministers of foreign affairs. Long live free and democratic Ukraine.
Kiitokset kollega Biedron. Ja sitten
Thank you, Mr. Biedron. Next speaker is Vice President Dita Charantsova. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ukraine is an independent and sovereign state, a free European nation that should decide its future itself. So our message today to our friends in Ukraine is that Europe is ready to help. From arms to funds, it must be clear who are the true friends of a free Ukraine, and that the European doors are open. I still hope in a diplomatic solution. However, if Russia acts, we as Europe must be ready to respond. These sanctions must hit hard, not only the economic ones, but also the oligarchs and corrupt officials in Russia. But more than anything, we must show our solidarity with Ukraine. Ukraine needs strong allies in these difficult times. Slava Ukraini!
Kiitokset kollega Charantsova.
Thank you, colleague Charantsova. The next speaker is Thomas Weitz. You have the floor.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Sind wir uns dessen bewusst, dass wir...
Are we aware that tens of billions of euros are being spent by us indirectly in supporting Putin's regime and co-financing the build-up of troops on the border with Ukraine? Paying for gas isn't just a climate issue, it's a security issue. I think we should have done our homework, and there needs to be replacements found for provision of gas to Europe. We need to leave gas behind, not just for climate policy reasons, but for security concern reasons as well. And that Orban is now using Russian money, Russian technology, having a nuclear power station built on a fault line, by the way, is not just a climate problem, it's a security problem. The interests of Europe and the interests of Hungarians are being submitted and sold to the regime of Putin. And last but not least, if you think that through taxonomy you're allowing gas to come in as a green, open for green investments from the private sector, you really haven't understood the serious nature of the situation.
Kiitokset kollega Weitz.
Thank you, colleague Weitz. The next speaker is Christoph Hansen. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Executive Vice President, the situation on the EU's eastern borders, especially at the Ukrainian border, is far from being resolved. Let's not get fooled by the Potemkin retreat of his troops that Putin is or is not staging while we are speaking. Let's not be fooled while the online networks of Ukraine's defense ministry and 2 banks are knocked out by cyber attacks. This is not a coincidence, and my colleague Krioteras has highlighted this. Putin couldn't care less about an economic crash in his country when the situation of instability allows him to maintain and extend his power grab elsewhere. On our side, we need to support Ukrainians wherever we can. They are therefore more than welcome the macro-financial assistance we granted this week to Ukraine. But the current crisis also cruelly highlights once again our weakness when it comes to speak with one single voice in foreign policy. Did Macron, Schulz or Bettel convey the same message to Putin? I strongly doubt this. So when do we get once and for all rid of the unanimity in foreign policy? The Executive Vice President, how are you planning to speed up the development of PESCO to better be prepared to the next crisis that will inescapably come down the road? The success of these projects will be the precondition to be taken serious on the international stage. Putin is trying to divide the West to better reign. No doubt about that, but this should be our chance and our encouragement to unite. Putin's worst case scenario is a united West. Let's not get fooled, let's stick together.
Kiitokset, kollega Hansen.
Thank you, colleague Hansen. I do not see Elisabeth Gualmini in the hemicycle. Therefore, I give the floor to Clemen Groselj. You have the floor.
Spoštovani. Ladies and gentlemen, the crisis at the Ukrainian-Russian border demonstrates that we are living in an unpredictable world where great powers ruthlessly compete with each other and where the use of force is sadly becoming a reality. The current crisis is, however, not determining only Ukraine's future, but is also representing a battlefield of opinions as to the future of the European security infrastructure. This infrastructure has been providing a relative peace and stability in Europe for the past 30 years. Its foundations can be found in the demanding negotiations during the Cold War period. We have to realize that we are facing tectonic movements in the European security infrastructures. But these movements are a process that has been going on for some time now and shall continue. Unfortunately, it will most likely go on in a series of crises that we have been and will be seeing in the broader European area. It will be of decisive importance for the US, NATO and the EU to realize that this process requires us to be united and unequivocally committed to the fundamental democratic values. We will have to be patient, decisive, tenacious and very wise. We will be facing an extremely demanding geopolitical game in which we will prevail, not only by being diplomatically dexterous and militarily decisive, but also clearly committed to democracy. Because of these reasons, the EU must strengthen its autonomy not only in the area of military but energy.
Thank you, colleague Groselj. The next speaker is Massimiliano Salini. You have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Now, the good news is that there is a partial withdrawal of the Russian armed forces from the Ukrainian border. But this news was preceded, indeed, by a statement by President Zelensky and the German Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, prior to that. And those statements are not very reassuring because Zelensky basically says that Ukrainian membership of NATO is only a dream, and Chancellor Scholz says that Ukrainian entry into NATO is not on the political agenda. Now, we can't consider this to be a victory. We can't lower our guard. We can't say that or declare that we're satisfied. All the letters sent by Russia to NATO countries, and we replied with a single reply as the EU, is excellent news. But in that single letter, speaking one voice, there should be a single position. Nobody depended, nobody obliged us to depend on Russian gas, and yet we did, or to a very large extent we did. And then there were very complex situations in Africa, for instance, where we withdrew, leaving room for the Russians. So there's no single policy behind that letter, no single economic strategy, and that is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salini. The next speaker is Carmen Avran.
You do not understand Russia. The officials in Moscow accuse us, and they're right. How can we, with our values, understand a dictatorship with imperialistic nostalgias? On the other hand, it is difficult to understand why, when we clearly understand Putin's intentions, like bringing troops so close to our borders, the European Union is not able to speak firmly and to decide on repercussions. To be silent, to tolerate this blackmail, or to believe that Putin might become an apostle for peace is a mistake. Regardless of the end of this crisis, if the EU wants to be a powerful and credible world actor, Europe needs to act firmly, because Putin will never give up just interfering with our lives. But if we are correct in business and if we are swift to intervene, then we will do everything right. Thank you.
Avram.
Thank you, colleague Avram. And the next speaker is Katalin Che. You have the floor.
Thank you, High Representative, dear colleagues. Let's pause for a moment and let the dark truth sink in. For the first time in decades, there is a very real chance that there will be war in Europe. As we debate in this very house, there are still Russian troops staring down Ukraine on the EU's eastern neighborhood. We all read the news that they might attack today. Many of us in this chamber come from countries bordering Ukraine. This is real. This would be our war. We might not be fighting it, but we will feel the consequences. And we should feel responsible for preventing it. And yes, we are in the 24th hour, but Europe still has not exhausted all of its opportunities. We need to leave no doubt that a war will have severe repercussions. And this must include suspending the Nord Stream 2 project or closing down Europe's financial system for Russian state-sponsored actors. And in the longer term, we need to rethink our ties with Russia. If Putin is capable of holding a continent on high alert for months, Europe must have the tools to do the same. This is an existential question. Before achieving this, all the Commission's talks about a geopolitical commission remains unfortunately empty.
Thank you, colleague Che. The next speaker is Ludek Niedermayer. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Commission President rightly said that this conflict is about democracy, about the values, and about the freedom, and she's right. But also in such a conflict, diplomacy plays a very important role. It seems to me that it was rather a clear position of NATO, fair stance of US diplomacy, and effort of some European politicians that turn the situation to better. EU foreign policy didn't play a sufficient role. I guess this is another wake-up call for us. We need such a foreign policy that would work and that would be recognized. European countries also should invest more into military. We cannot afford to be, again, free rider of the NATO. Also, we must be much better prepared for conflicts with the countries that are important supplier of energies, like Russia. Not ex-ante evaluation, not ex-post evaluation, but ex-ante assessment of the risk and sufficient guard how to protect our people and how to protect our economy. We shouldn't fool ourselves. Despite of ease of the pressure, Russia is still sponsoring war in East Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians are suffering, and we have troubles to find the right way how to help them, and also protect our interest. At the same time, I believe that politics of Mr. Putin is getting more aggressive and less predictable. We, again, should not be naive. Suffering of his country wouldn't change his mind because it doesn't attach his well-being. Only very bold sanctions can have an impact. So the next time we must be much more better prepared than this time. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Niedermayer. The next speaker is Leszek Miller. You have the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday in Moscow, Chancellor Scholz said that war in Europe is unthinkable for his generation. For my generation, it is also unthinkable, and therefore we must do everything to prevent such war. The presidents of the Council and the Commission said that so far we have managed to de-escalate the situation, but Russia still maintains forces that can threaten Ukraine. Surrounding Ukraine with troops is not peaceful. It is offensive. Right now, it is European leaders are talking with Russian, but the institutions, the European institutions, are not taking part. We must help Ukraine with financial resources and a plan for its membership.
Thank you, colleague Miller. The next speaker is Guy Verhofstadt. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm asking myself, Mr. Borrell, what are you going to take from here as a conclusion of this debate? In my personal view, I think there is an enormous unity in this parliament. Besides some people of the extreme left who are still thinking that the Soviet Union exists, and besides a part of the extreme right financed by Putin, I think all the rest has a huge unity. And I think that the conclusion of this debate, if I can give an advice or a suggestion, is that we need a more robust strategy of the European Union. It's true, you did your job, and maybe more than is possible with 27 ministers of foreign affairs. But the conclusion of this debate is we need a more robust stance. I was on the 20th of February on Maidan 2014, when in the morning 49 people were killed by snipers. And I've seen in the eyes of these people how they belong, in fact, to Europe, or want to be in the European Union. Their future is there, not with Putin, even for those people who speak Russian in Ukraine. They don't want that Putin comes in. So I think we have to be more robust. We need to do more. First of all, maybe use the European peace facility to do a common transfer of defensive weapons to them. We could do that. We have the instrument to do that. And finally, and then I stop, Ms. Hautala, because I know that you have a strong instrument with you, your hammer. That is that we need also a pro-Russian agenda, because Putin is not Russia. And there is an opposition with Navalny who needs our full support, because in the end, there will only be stability and security in Europe if there is a democratic Russia at our borders.
Thank you, colleague Verhofstadt. Now I have to make a declaration. We will now move on to the first voting session of today. We will vote on the files as indicated on the agenda. The voting session will open from 12:30 to 1:45 p.m. The voting method will be the same as during the previous voting session. All votes will be held by roll call. I declare the voting session open. You have until 1:45 p.m. to vote. The results of the votes will be announced at 7 p.m. and the discussion will now continue. I now give the floor to Francisco José Milán Mon. You have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Firstly, I would like to send a message of condolences and solidarity to the families of the many fishermen who have been affected by the tragic accident yesterday in the Galician vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, for weeks now in Europe, we've been facing a very serious, unprecedented situation in the face of the accumulation of Russian troops at the Ukraine border. The European Union must maintain its posture of respecting sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the country. The Kremlin is following a policy based on zones of influence, ignoring the basic principles of international law and the agreements we've reached. Putin does not share our values and principles, an international order based on standards, multilateralism and the rule of law. The situation of threat and bribery is unacceptable, but we need to continue to pursue diplomacy without making concessions on key points. Recently, it seems that there is a partial withdrawal starting of Russian troops and some movement with dialogue, but it's early for optimism. We must maintain a united front in the face of the challenge from Putin. The European Union, including France and Germany, must coordinate its response with the US and NATO to ensure that we maintain peace, respecting basic standards of international law and the European peace security. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Milan Mon.
Thank you, colleague Milan Mon. The next speaker is Robert Michel. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, musíme byť solidárni.
We need to show solidarity towards Ukraine, towards Ukrainian people who have a right to decide on their destiny. The European Union must continue supporting the ambitions of Ukraine to become part of the EU as soon as it's prepared to fulfill all the conditions, as soon as we as the EU are able and ready to accept them as a member. Let's not create false expectations then that it'll become reality in the near future. For us, the main task is now to do everything we can to prevent war and de-escalate tension, not to provoke hysteria like some politicians and media are doing, predicting that the war should start today. Apparently, the initiatives of Germany and France should be applauded. When we hear some politicians, the probability of war has diminished, apparently. Some troops have been moved away from the border, which might be a positive signal, but we must continue with diplomacy. We must continue creating security architecture in Europe so that any country can feel secure. France, Slovakia, Lithuania, but nobody should be able to increase their security at the expense of somebody else. As long as Russia doesn't feel secure in Europe, unfortunately, we will not be able to feel secure either.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Michel.
Many thanks, colleague Michel. The next speaker is Zheliana Zovko. You have the floor.
High Representative, it was only yesterday that we had a debate on our common security and defense policy. This morning we are talking about a prime example of a threat to European security. The military tensions at our eastern borders show once again the need to develop a strong European strategic sovereignty. We need to increase our common capacity. We need to develop a decisive and assertive foreign policy. I express my solidarity with the people of Ukraine that live in uncertainty and prepare for the worst. Over the last weeks, EU member states have shown unity and close cooperation with our transatlantic and NATO partners. It is through this joint stance and continued search for a diplomatic way to de-escalation that we have managed to keep the peace. We must remain vigilant and we must remain united. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Zovko.
Thank you, colleague Zovko. The next speaker is Brando Benifei. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. A few years ago, on one of those rare occasions where this incredible animal, politics, there was Senator Matteo Salvini, who was a member of parliament at the time, and he came into this house with Putin on a T-shirt, who had been allegedly attacked by stupid Europhiles. I wonder whether he would consider the head of his party, Marco Zanni, to be one of those. He explained that Putin's regime is such that the Ukrainians have to be defended at all costs. Do you think that people don't have any memory? Do you think that they've forgotten about the Metropole Hotel and all the investigations about Russian funds to the League? What we really need is a firm stance against Russian attacks. We need a new European attitude which involves everybody. This is the future for Europe if we want to keep our place in history. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos.
Thank you, colleague Benny Fame. And if you speak that fast, the interpreters have a lot of trouble doing their job. I ask you to speak slightly slower so the message passes better. The next speaker is Vladimir Bilčík. You have the floor.
Colleagues, today we have to be united vis-à-vis the Russian aggression. The political institutions have to express their support for Ukraine. What are the steps that we can take? We can send military help to Ukraine, as our allies have already done. We have to support potentially hard sanctions, such as disconnecting Russia from SWIFT. We can help them economically, because in this situation it is disadvantageous for Ukraine to borrow money, and the investors are not willing to lend it anyway. We can help Ukraine financially, and I support the initiative of the Commission. We also have to help them by means of humanitarian aid. There has been a war going on for several years, and civilians have been suffering, especially in these winter months. And we have to also we have to fight against disinformation. Mr. Borrell, for European diplomats, it's important to stay in Kiev so that we defend our values. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Bilčík. The next speaker is Karsten Lucke.
President, colleagues, we still have a complex situation, and in the midst of that, I stand behind European solidarity with Ukraine. We must continue to keep it as our utmost priority that we reduce the risk of war in Europe in the short and medium term, and it's only possible to do that through diplomatic means. But what do the citizens of this continent want in the long term? They want peace, a lasting, comprehensive peace on the continent, and above all, a peace order which is appropriate for the 21st century. Over recent days and weeks, I've heard a lot about red lines and maximalist demands, but at the end of the day, Olaf Scholz said yesterday that we all need to take a step backwards, and I think everybody has to move. And I think one of the advantages of a crisis is that it can give us an opportunity to focus, and perhaps now we have a window of opportunity to make a decisive, courageous step in that direction. And if we have gone 30 years backwards in our relations, now is the time that we should look forward to the next 30 years of our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Lucke. The next speaker is Lucas Furlas. You have the floor.
Madam President, Commissioner, Mr. Borrell, it's important that we speak with one voice in Europe. And you said that before, Mr. Borrell, but that doesn't always happen. If Europe had been speaking with one voice, then I think we would have carried more clout when it came to Cyprus, for example, the threats to Greece, Armenia, etc. Often we talk about things but don't act. In Ukraine, the issue is also about the security of Europe. The situation is that that security is at risk today. This is European territory, and others are trying to take it into their sphere of influence, and that is quite considerable. The French presidency in office said that the Ukraine issue will only be solved diplomatically. Any use of violence will be condemned. As a European citizen, as a Cypriot, of course, we need to keep to public international law, and that should be the case in Ukraine as well.
Thank you, colleague Furlas. The next speaker is Ilan de Basso. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For me, it's absolutely clear that every people has the right to decide on their own future. It's a principle that is non-negotiable. It needs to be made clear that this conflict finds its origins in the ambitions for power in Russia that's holding people in the grip of steel. It's not just a question of threatening the integrity of Ukrainian territory, but also the choice of the people of Ukraine to decide on their future, and also threatens the stability that's characterized our current situation. We have to make sure this aggression is allowed to carry on without any consequences. Madam President, I'm very pleased that today we are standing shoulder to shoulder today in the Union. The speech from the President of the Commission was very clear. I welcome it and makes it very clear what the situation is, and I think is proportionate with the threat that we're facing. We've chosen our path now. We are going to keep dialogue open and diplomacy open. It's now up to Putin and Russia to make sure that he will also stand on the right side of history.
Thank you, colleague De Basso. The next speaker is Sean Kelly. You have the floor.
We stand over another potential deadly crisis orchestrated by Vladimir Putin. But whether an invasion happens or not, he has threatened war and backed up that threat with the deployment of 150,000 troops close to Ukraine and in a neighbouring country, Belarus. The military build-up around Ukraine has not been seen since the Cold War. Nevertheless, there is still room for diplomatic resolution, and I sincerely hope this is the path chosen by Mr. Putin. However, this is a keen reminder that Russia cannot be a trusted partner for the EU, and this should include how we get our energy. President von der Leyen is right. It is in Europe's strategic interest to diversify our gas sources to reduce our dependence on Russia. Our future lies in homegrown renewables, but until we fully transition, LNG can provide an avenue away from Russia, with terminals future-proofed to handle green energy. In this regard, I would ask Minister Eamon Ryan in Ireland to take stock of this debate here today.
Kiitos, kollega Kelly. Annan nyt puheenvuoron.
Thank you, colleague Kelly. I will now give the floor to Alfred Sant, who is speaking from Valletta.
To invade the Ukraine as of now, it would be a gross mistake and greatly damage Russia's standing and interests. Acknowledging this does not imply that the current impasse is solely Russia's responsibility. Indeed, Western powers from within the EU and NATO and from outside consistently believed they held the upper hand in any long-term face-off with Russia. They ignored Russia's legitimate concerns about its security, intervened in its economy, and broke their open-ended promises not to extend their military reach in Europe. When this helped promote regrettable authoritarianism in Russia's governance, they consolidated the face-off further. As a result, the legitimate security and other concerns of Russia's neighbours became constrained. They now have to consider their only protection is NATO. Should not the goal have been a European diplomatic architecture, allowing equally for the security concerns of Russia, its neighbours and Western Europe as a whole? French President de Gaulle once called for a Europe united from the Atlantic to the Urals. German Chancellor Willy Brandt once launched his Ostpolitik. They foresaw a Europe in which both Russia and the rest of Europe occupied a meaningful space. Why has the vision been abandoned? Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja Sant. Ja sitten annan...
Thank you, colleague Sant. I now give the floor to Vice President Othmar Karas.
President, ladies and gentlemen, I turn to the citizens of Europe. Our approach in the European Parliament is clear. We are committed to the political project overcoming the violent division of Europe and the Cold War. Putin wants to turn back the wheel of history. We defend our rights and our values, both internally and also the sovereignty of our neighbours. Putin violates and ignores and is willing to blackmail and turn to war. Our weapons and instruments are diplomacy, sanctions, the support for Ukraine, Ukrainian independence, sovereignty, and decisiveness. And we have a common foreign and defence policy. We condemn the intended recognition of Luhansk and Donetsk because it would entail a division of Ukraine. Our sanctions are clear. Nord Stream 2 must be stopped. We must be freezing assets and exclusion from SWIFT, and also no deliveries of high-tech technologies. But at the same time, President, we ought not just to go back to the agenda business as usual. The Kremlin is occupied in Navalny in prison.
Thank you, colleague Karas. I now give the floor to Dominic Ruiz de Vesa.
Thank you, President. And thank you to the High Representative and Vice President of the Commission, Josep Borrell, not only for the information that he has passed to us, but also the line with which he has been taking on Russia for more than a year. It is a firm and clear line, always open to dialogue, but from a position which is clearly without complexes. And in that context, a lot has been said in this debate about how we have used this dual track of dissuasion and dialogue, and in view of the most recent news, perhaps it is working, although we can't be sure. So I won't repeat or reiterate any more that's been said on that. What I would like to say is, how can we take this opportunity to strengthen more the process of European integration and transatlantic cooperation? We have strengthened our unity in the West in the face of this challenge. So let's take advantage of this to act on the provisions of Article 42 in the treaty, setting up the common defence system, and also to strengthen our transatlantic relations, for example, holding a summit with the United States, and why not, we could adopt a new Atlantic Charter.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Eugen Tomak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. High Representative, Commissioner, dear colleagues, I believe that the debate we are having today is really important, and I'm telling you this from the point of view of somebody who has had an interdiction to enter Russia from 2015. I have this interdiction from the Kremlin because I have continuously criticized Putin's policy, through which he managed to maintain a military presence in Transnistria, therefore in the Republic of Moldova, for 30 years. I and my parents were born in a region occupied by the USSR, a region that belonged to Romania before the First World War. I know these realities because I lived them. Today in Ukraine, we have 500,000 Romanians living there, and I ask you to do whatever you can together with our allies to stop Putin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague Tomak. And the final intervention before the High Representative, Ivan Stefanek, you have the floor.
Just the conflict between authoritarianism and democracy. Kremlin is testing our unity. During last years, Kremlin invested a huge amount of resources just to destabilize our common project. Our common project which brought peace to Europe and prosperity to our families. I'm sure that peaceful solution cannot be reached through inaction. Our position must be clear and strong. In case of any forced attack, stronger sanctions that will practically cut aggressor from the developed world should be our weapon. At the same time, we have to show friendly face to Ukrainians. I welcome the €1.2 billion package, and I do hope we will see more Ukrainians also to study at the European universities and to intern in the European institutions. We should continue to empower the EU-Ukraine cooperation at the economic level by reducing burdens at our markets for goods, services and labour. Today we have to show our unity to the dictator, and we will not only win, but we will emerge from the current situation even stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague Stefanich. And now I would like to invite the High Representative to give his final intervention.
Thank you, President.
Our exchanges today, the intensity and extension of our exchanges today because it has been almost 100 interventions covering the full spectrum, the full political spectrum of this House, shows how important the situation is and underlines the gravity of the situation. Verhofstadt is very much right. Apart from the far right and the far left, it has been a remarkable unity among the members of the Parliament, which represents more or less the same unity between member states, with nuance, certainly, but with a strong unity among us. And the issue, and Guy has already said that, is that Ukraine is not a military threat to Russia, but this is a political threat, because if Ukraine builds a vibrant democracy and goes on to a prosperous economy, then it will be an example. And in Russia's Putin, after 20 years of his government, the economics is in bad shape and the system is more and more autocratic or authoritarian. Even today, we can see that the opposition politician Navalny inside the penal colony is starting another trial against him, relatively without any possibility of observation. So Ukraine continues advancing on their reforms, building a democracy and building a prosperous economy. This is something that Russia's Putin can certainly not look with good eyes. But the Ukrainians has made certainly their choice, and I think that most of them, they prefer to live under democracy, rule of law, and a free market economy than look into what's happening in Russia. And this is the real issue. The real issue is how can we support Ukraine on this path to democracy and economic prosperity. Impossible to answer or even to refer to all the questions that you have been raising today. I just want to answer in particular Hilda Baumann's, when she was asking me directly, can I ensure you that this unity has not been jeopardized by the initiative taken by some member states? Certainly can ensure. Certainly. Plusieurs membres de l'Union européenne, en particulier la...
Several members of the European Union, in particular France, and in particular President Macron, but also Germany, have taken political initiatives to try to encourage a peaceful settlement of the crisis. But all of these initiatives have been conducted in coherence with the positions of the Union and in conditions of great transparency. We were informed before and after those initiatives. And I think that around Ukraine, there is a climate of confidence developing between member states as regards this crisis, and I think that this is the best way to respond to the Russian aggression. So please be assured, ladies and gentlemen, these initiatives have not been taken just on an ad hoc basis. They have not weakened European unity. On the contrary, they have enabled us to be more active and to take a greater role in the diplomatic efforts which have been taking place.
Some other members have been asking, but you have been discussing, negotiating with Russia. Has been any kind of concessions? Certainly not. First, we haven't been negotiating with Russia. So if there is no negotiation, there is no concessions. We have just answering letters in a very much united way. And certainly my political director held with its Russian counterpart in January talks about the European situation in general, and they discuss about the political situation around the Ukrainian crisis. But I cannot consider that negotiation, so don't bother, don't be worried about possible concessions from one side or the other. Many issues about the diversification of energy supply, but I think that to that the President of the Commission has given a very complete answer on all the work that she personally and my colleagues, commissioners, and myself, we have been doing with other suppliers of gas, Norway, Algeria, Azerbaijan, US, talking with also countries in the Pacific who can reroute some supplies of gas. And this lot of work presents us the advantage of being ready and able to face a crisis on the energy side. What I want to stress is that in the face of the Russian military threat, we believe that still a diplomatic way out of the crisis that Russia has caused is still possible. And this is our top priority, and that's what we are investing in all our efforts. Let me stress that. We still believe that the diplomatic out of the crisis is possible. But in parallel, we have accelerated the work on restrictive measures. That's why the treaty calls what we use sanctions. The word sanctions is not in the treaty, just restrictive measures, including sectoral, financial, and individual sanctions that would be adopted in close coordination with like-minded countries in Europe and across the Atlantic in case of a military aggression. Be sure of that. And be sure also that even if Moscow deliberately has been bypassing Europe in security discussions, because President Putin profoundly disagrees with the values that we, European Union, practice and defend, and this is the real problem. They disagree with our values, with our way of living, with the European way of living. What do we represent of combination of political freedom, economic prosperity, and social cohesion? And this is, since the beginning of the crisis, why we have been expressing our principal positions about the main parameters that have defined the European security architecture for the last 30 years from now. But we have to think about what Russia is looking for. Qu'est-ce qu'elle veut, la Russie? What
does Russia want?
On creating this crisis. And I think that they have several objectives. The first one is to return at the heart of the world game, to be recognized as an equal player with the US at a time when the US is turning towards Asia, to be again reconsidered as a global player. And I have to say that from this point of view, Putin has got some success, because now everybody is talking with him. He has played in the center of the political game. The second purpose, linked to the first, is also intended to test the possibility of a decoupling between the United States and Europe, particularly after the American withdrawal from Afghanistan. And in this respect, they should be quite disappointed, because our unity has been increased, not weakened. And finally, he seeks to reconstitute the former Soviet sphere by raising the fears about NATO enlargement. And that's true, that the question of NATO enlargement plays an important role on the Russian psychology in this relation to the West. But to try to reduce everything in this crisis to the question of NATO enlargement, or to think that once a possible guarantee of Ukraine's membership or non-membership in NATO could be obtained, to believe that this would solve everything and we will go back to normal, it's illusory. It's illusory. Simply because when you look at what is happening in Belarus, which no one has ever said that Belarus could join the European Union or NATO, we are witnessing a real Russia stronghold on the country since Lukashenko was in trouble and playing for his survival at the price of the integration and even absorption into a greater Russia. So, no, don't reduce that to the NATO expansion. The big problem is the fight between two different political and economic systems. What do we represent? Our values and their values, our way of living and their way of living. This is the real fight. It's not a fight between armies. It's a fight about ideas, which sometimes is much more important. Until now, nothing is played, nothing is won, but we have to keep vigilant. What we must avoid, basically, is a re-edition of the Crimea scheme, where we were quite surprised by the invasion, reacted with sanctions, but nothing more. Now, we must show that any invasion of Ukraine is in any form, whatever it takes, in any form it takes, be it the annexion of Donbass or isolated military incursion into the rest of Ukraine, would be prohibitively expensive for Russia and for its oligarchs. So the package of sanctions that we are working, that we have already ready to implement, has to be strong and credible. But at the same time, we must not close the door to a discussion. Even when discussing, we must apply the rules of social distancing. We must therefore combine firmness and determination with a willingness to engage in a dialogue as soon as Russia agrees to play the game of negotiation and to move away from the logic of ultimatum and military intimidation that has been practicing for several months now. Mr. Lavrov has just declared that he is ready to continue discussions, so let's do it. Let's discuss seriously, but without lowering our guard. I hope this debate will have marked this path. Thank you to all of you.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia.
Many thanks, Honourable High Representative, for your intervention. And as you mentioned, we have had a very intensive and important discussion. We will continue the debate at 3 p.m. with the topical debate based on Rule 162. The topic is One Youth, One Europe. I wish you a nice lunch break.